Chapter 628. But His Majesty is not your enemy. In the palace corridor, Gilbert turned pale with fright. He is your father. You can't be his enemy. You can't. Thales snorted with a smile. Can't I? Gilbert put away his shocked expression and tried his best to calm down. Listen, Your Highness, I have indeed been looking forward to you, trusting you, and being loyal to you, but that is not my original intention. What else could it be? Thales said sarcastically. You want me to be a prince so that I can be a mascot in Mindy's Hall? Gilbert frowned and became more anxious. No, Your Highness, you should be the future that everyone looks forward to. Everyone. That's what you've been doing all this time. Everything should have happened naturally, and everything should have happened naturally. But Thales only stared quietly at Gilbert's hand on his shoulder. Could it be that all of this was not natural, a situation where the conditions were right? Teacher? You are the heir to the throne. Of course, I understand that you feel suffocated and are dissatisfied with the current situation, but you should at least wait until the day I am successfully crowned? Thales said flatly. Gilbert hesitated for a moment before he gritted his teeth and nodded. Of course, when that time comes, I will do my best to assist you, no matter how difficult it is, no matter how many sacrifices I have to make, I swear. Me, Sauter, Kirkirk, Kenny, Guy, and many other knowledgeable people in the kingdom, we will all help you, but before that, help me? Thales interrupted him coldly. Just like how you used to help me? Gilbert paused for a moment. Thales raised his right hand and slowly but unquestionably pushed Gilbert's palm away. 6 years ago, I asked you to search for my friends in Lower City District. I asked you to help me find them, save them, and help me. Gilbert was stunned for a moment before he said dejectedly, Your Highness, I failed you in this matter. I cannot absolve myself from the blame. I just returned from the kingdom's secret intelligence department, Thales said flatly. Do you know, I realized that they are not as you said, refusing to help me because they hate me. In fact, the secret intelligence department is very interested in searching for my childhood playmates. Gilbert's expression changed slightly. Your Highness, the secret intelligence department has never been on good terms with you. But Thales interrupted him and continued on his own. They also told me that over the past few years, Gilbert, you used your connections and reputation to find the chief garrison officer. You mobilized the city hall and the police station, gathered the teams of police officers and tax officers, and launched a few large-scale sweeps in Lower City District and Western District just to help me find someone. The teenager looked into his teacher's eyes seriously. I am grateful, Gilbert. Gilbert was stunned and did not know how to reply. Until the secret intelligence department told me more. Thales was expressionless. For the past few years, the town hall and the police department have been attacking in such a high-profile manner. They directly intervened in the dogfight between the Black Street Brotherhood and the Blood Bottle Gang. They chase away the tramps, disperse the beggars, and let the powerless people at the bottom suffer. They checked the vendors and closed the shops, leaving the pitiful, honest people with no way to survive. They hunted down petty thieves and extorted local gangs, but let the real scumbags escape. They caught a few typical criminals and used them as political achievements to appease the people, but they turned a blind eye to the more serious oppression and exploitation. They acted hastily and in a grand manner, but it just so happened that the forces of power hiding in the sewers were scattered. Thales stared at him carefully. They were violent and callous, arrogant and conceited. They were like people sweeping the ground with an iron plow. What they cared about was movement, not tidiness. And after they left, the already chaotic Lower City District became even worse. When Gilbert heard this, he hesitated. Your Highness, I did not know. I am sorry. If I had known that the chief garrison officer and the others, but Thales did not allow him to finish. The most important thing is, their actions almost irrevocably destroyed all the clues. The prince raised his voice. From the abandoned houses to Red Street Market, everyone, things, places, and things have changed beyond recognition. Now, if we want to follow the clues to find those child beggars, it is almost impossible. Thales carefully observed Gilbert's reaction. It's as if someone did it on purpose. Just to stop me from finding them. At that moment, the Foreign Affairs Minister's expression changed abruptly. Is that so? The teenager said softly in the dark palace corridor. Gilbert? When you asked for help from the police? Was what the Secret Intelligence Department told me the truth? The Foreign Affairs Minister did not answer. Only Gilbert's steady breathing filled the air. The silence lasted for a long time. Thales shook his head and continued to speak. 6 years ago, when I asked you to find them, you told me that I could not, because it was for the sake of secrecy. I became a prince during the national conference, but you still told me that I could not, because it was for their safety. Then, when I went to Northland, you wrote that you were working on it, but the progress was slow, because it was not to be noticed by those with ulterior motives. Then, when I returned to my country, you told me that you could not find them, and advised me not to look for them, because you cannot go back. Thales faced his teacher calmly, as if he was telling someone else's story. There was no answer. What answered him was still an embarrassing silence. Thales raised his head and chuckled. The Secret Intelligence Department said that it has been 6 years, but you still could not find them. Because you did not want to find them at all. Thales said softly. Or should I say, the Secret Intelligence Department is lying. But Gilbert only lowered his head, and his expression could not be read. This time, the silence lasted for a long time. Forget it, Gilbert. No matter whether the Secret Intelligence Department lied, or how many lies they told, it is no longer important, no longer important. The teenager turned his head and said absent-mindedly. At this moment, Gilbert suddenly opened his mouth. The Secret Intelligence Department did not tell you anything, right? You only wanted to test my reaction, just like how you tested the Duke of Iris flowers. Thales sighed. The cunning fox of Constellation. Yes. Thales' gaze was desolate. The Secret Intelligence Department was wary of me, so they did not tell me anything. What I know is what I deduced from what I saw and heard when I revisited the old places in Lower City District and Western District. Gilbert closed his eyes. Thales and Gilbert did not speak in the corridor. Both of them just looked away in tacit agreement. After an unknown amount of time, Gilbert finally spoke. I am sorry. His tone was exhausted, and his words were the same. But you could not find them. Thales let out a long sigh with pain and relief. The two of them sank into silence again. You know, I tried to convince myself before, Gilbert. Thales faced the darkness in the corridor. His tone was normal, even gentle, and friendly, as if he was chatting with an old friend. Really, I tried. I tried hard to convince myself that even though Gilbert Casso was known as the cunning fox, he was, after all, in a high position. He did not know the ways of Lower City District. He did not know that he would not intentionally destroy the clues, and he would not intentionally stop me from searching for them. That was why I used the simplest and crudest method in the world. And he was my teacher, one of the people I trusted the most in the world. I should not and could not doubt him. I told myself that as long as you told me that you did not do that, I would believe you. Thales' eyes were lifeless. I've tried, really, I've tried. When Gilbert heard this, he raised his head and spoke with great difficulty. Your Highness, why? Gilbert was silent for a while before he spoke in a haggard manner. During the Bloody Year, His Majesty was crowned in a hurry. He was surrounded by enemies, and his throne was unstable. Renaissance Palace had no choice but to take the unorthodox path and carry out the subjugation crusade again. Murat Hansen was also a close friend of the late king for many years. He had a lot of experience, so the kingdom's secret intelligence department was highly trusted. They could make arbitrary decisions and act outside the law. In the beginning, this was very effective. It was simple, crude, clean, and direct. But as time passed, it allowed His Majesty to advance rashly and blurred the boundaries of the Secret Intelligence Department's authority. Thales frowned. They have His Majesty's support now, but what if you succeed the throne and are crowned? As you can imagine, in order to maintain their power, the officials of the Secret Intelligence Department will definitely think of ways to restrain you at all costs, and your past and family background are the most criticized weaknesses. Your old acquaintance is exactly what the Secret Intelligence Department wants to use against you, but they can't. But you are also the future of Constellation, the hope of reforming the politics of the court. I can't let the Black Prophet or anyone else who harbors ill intentions control you, not even a little bit. Gilbert looked at Thales with gloomy eyes. That is why you cannot find them. You cannot. Even if you find them before the Secret Intelligence Department does. Their clues should be buried forever, and no one will know. The Foreign Affairs Minister's voice faded away. Even the everlasting lamp in the corridor became much dimmer. So, Gilbert, you lied to me. Thales said in a daze. From the beginning. At that moment, Gilbert's face turned pale. But Thales still gave him a comforting smile. It's all right, Gilbert, I understand, Thales said tiredly. But now, can you feel the weight and thickness of this net? Your subconscious obedience to it, its silent control over you, its influence on me, and my wariness towards it, all of these are ranked far ahead of our sincerity. Gilbert's expression was bitter. He gulped. Thales stared at the shadows in the corridor in a daze. Just like how a student faces his teacher, an employee faces his boss, a wife faces her husband, and a subject faces his king, if they stand on an unequal scale from the beginning and stay in unclean waters, then their relationship will not just be decided by each other. When we are shrouded in an established power structure, Gilbert, when you have no choice but to use all your strength to prevent yourself from being thrown off by the skewed scales, when you are shackled from head to toe, when you are only left with the choice of adapt or be destroyed, when you are shackled from head to toe. Before you realize it, you have completely lost the right to choose freely. Unless you reject it, jump out of it, and surpass it. Defeat it. Gilbert's breathing quickened. No, Your Highness, I do not understand. Gilbert's voice was very soft, and he mumbled almost subconsciously. All of this is for my own good. Thales gently took over the conversation. The Foreign Affairs Minister did not answer. Thales exhaled with a smile. Gilbert, have you ever thought about why Wuxia is always unwilling to mention you, even though we are father and son? When he heard his son's name, Gilbert shuddered a little. I have never asked him the specific reason. But I think I know the deeper reason. Thales gradually became absent-minded, and his thoughts drifted to Northland. Perhaps you know, Gilbert, I have a friend in Extet, or rather, I think I have a friend. When she is in trouble, I worry about her day and night, and I think about her. When he said this, Thales snickered. I am such an idiot. I always thought that she relied on me and needed me. I always thought that I was protecting her and helping her. I always thought that I was. Thales' smile slowly disappeared. For her own good. But I was wrong. Because that was not what she wanted. When he remembered that familiar face, Thales closed his eyes deeply. And I never treated her as a friend who treated me as an equal. At most, she was someone who needed me. Gilbert stared at him in a daze and began to tremble. Gilbert, ever since we got to know each other, everything you have done with painstaking efforts was to turn me into a good king. For this, you even sacrificed yourself and risked everything to help and protect me. I am very grateful, but, Thales opened his eyes. His gaze was clear. But I am not the kind of wise king you are looking for, Gilbert. Just like how my father is not. Gilbert swayed violently. You can't make a mold for everyone in your mind, and then use all your means to influence and guide them. You don't feel the slightest anomaly, and even feel proud of it, thinking that it's for their own good. You just want to fit them into the mold seamlessly. Because be it me, Wuxia, my father, or even you, Gilbert, none of us are born to be molds. Thales said gently. This is why I will never be able to become him. No matter how you teach me to be close to him in terms of dressing style, knowledge system, and even behavior, I will never become the next Prince Midir. No matter how good of a mold he is. When Gilbert heard this, his entire body trembled violently. He cried out involuntarily, Your Highness, but Thales only smiled in a friendly manner, just like he always did. You are a good teacher, Gilbert, really. You treat your students meticulously, you do not care about how much effort you put in, you teach them everything you know, you answer every question, you are considerate and considerate. You are really good, so good that I cannot even find a single flaw in you. But when I met the old crow, I met Mr. Hicks, the one who shakes his head, talks all sorts of things, and always relies on, what do you think, to earn his salary in class. I finally understood. Thales took a step forward and looked straight into Gilbert's red and wet eyes. Your biggest problem, Gilbert, is that you are too nice. You are so good that your students can completely rely on you and need you. You are so good that you do not leave any room for your students to be bad. Gilbert opened his mouth to speak, but his lips trembled. 2 streams of tears rolled down his cheeks. But reality has proven that even without me being good to her, my friend can still live very well. Even better. Thales sighed and smiled subconsciously. I am happy for her. In the next second, Thales opened his arms without hesitation and embraced Gilbert, who could no longer speak. And I hope that you can be happy for me too, Gilbert. Thales pressed his lips against Gilbert's ear and said in a quivering voice, My friend. The Foreign Affairs Minister shuddered in his arms. Thales suddenly realized that Gilbert, who was dressed in bright clothes, was very thin. But in the next moment, the teenager restrained his emotions and forced back the tears in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, By the way, Count Casso. I do not like your class schedule. Thales let go of Gilbert, who was staring at him in a daze, and the corners of his lips curled up. It is too full. When he finished speaking, Thales raised his hand to his chest and bowed to Gilbert in a respectful and well-mannered manner. Just like how Gilbert bowed to him 6 years ago. In the next second, he used all the strength in his life to suppress his trembling, straightened his back, picked up his feet, and turned to leave. He did not dare to look at Gilbert again. Thud. The sound of a cane falling to the ground came from behind him. Thales felt a pang in his heart. But he still maintained his perfect smile, took a step forward, and stepped into the unknown darkness of the corridor. The palace was deep, and the lights were dim. But the absent-minded Thales did not walk far before he bumped into a familiar face at the corner. Oh, sorry, Your Highness. The chief of palace butler, Baron Quinton, who had once lectured Thales on wasting the royal family's wealth, rubbed his forehead. I didn't see you. It was not intentional. Thales also rubbed his chin in pain. It's okay, it was just an accident. But he was very happy that there was someone he could talk to at this moment. Even if it was nonsense. Your Grace. Thales forced a smile. I heard from Captain Adrian that you are not feeling well. Oh, it's nothing. I used to pretend to be sick to avoid work. Quinton tugged at his exquisite cuff and wiped a notebook with a cracked cover. He did not care at all. It won't affect my work. I am sorry to have caused you trouble. The prince apologized gloomily, whether it is the glass cup at the banquet, or today, but Chief Quinton waved his hand and interrupted him. You know, the wine cups are actually not a problem. They are not expensive anyway. Sorry, I mean, they are very expensive. But there are still many workshops and merchants who rush to pay for them, just so that the royal family and Renaissance palace can use the wine cups they produce. Quentin sighed. And I have wanted to change those glass cups for a long time. They are fragile and easy to break. They always give the young ones an excuse to be slow. Now, I only hope that the metal and thick wooden cups will be more powerful. Thales smiled, nodded, and was ready to leave. But, why? Thales paused when he heard that. Baron Quentin looked at him with a profound gaze. Your Highness, I have always found it strange. Why do Northlanders have to smash their wine cups when they drink? Smash their wine cups. Thales was silent for a while. You know, even though I have been there for 6 years, I find it strange too. Baron Quentin said, intentionally or unintentionally. Exerting force, throwing, smashing, colliding, breaking, shattering. But what can this prove? Extravagant? Overbearing? Bold? Fierce? Lust for power? Masculine? Quentin stared at him. His tone suddenly softened. You know, just use the rare and precious cups that have been passed down through history, used by our grandparents and parents. Everyone will be filled with gratitude, and drink a cup of wine in peace. Everyone will be happy. Isn't that good? Thales was silent for a while again. I don't know. But if I don't smash it in Mindy's hall. Thales raised his head and smiled weakly. Renaissance Palace will not get new wine cups, right? Quentin stared at him and pondered for a while. A new batch of wine cups may not be better than the old ones. Perhaps. Thales felt complicated. But you don't know. What if I know? Baron Quentin answered quickly. What if I have already seen it? Thales looked at him. Perhaps it is hard for you to imagine, Your Highness. The Baron sighed and rubbed the cracked old notebook under his armpit. But I have worked here for more than 30 years. When I was a brat, I held a pen and paper and followed behind my father. I kept records and took care of every Jade Star's clothing, food, housing, and transportation. The chief of palace affairs was absent-minded. Every single one. Every single. Jade Star. Thales did not speak. The Baron snapped out of his daze and looked at Thales. There was an indescribable emotion in his eyes. So, I have seen every single batch of wine cups. Every single batch. Thales was silent for a few seconds and nodded. You are very lucky. Quentin laughed self-deprecatingly and did not comment. In the next second, the prince smiled at the chief of palace affairs. But I remember that Hicks, Gilbert's teacher, once said something. Under the sun, everything is new. Hearing this, Baron Quentin was silent for a while before he sighed. You know, even if the Jade Star royal family is as rich as a country. He stared at Thales with worry in his eyes. You still have to pay for the batch of wine cups that were smashed. Pay? Thales pursed his lips. Yes. That is how it should be. Both of them were silent. Or should I record it down for you, Your Highness? Quentin broke the silence and patted the notebook. There was a hint of hope in his tone. You know, maybe when you grow up and are crowned, the creditors will give you, free of charge. Free of charge. Thales raised his head and continued to stare at the darkness under the light in the distance. Thank you, Your Grace, but there is no need. Thales spoke faintly and was slightly absent-minded. I still have to pay. Or sooner. Or sooner. End of this chapter. Chapter 629. Renaissance Palace, Elam Atrium. This is the sword of the ancient empire. In the atrium, Vanguard Mariko swept past 2 rows of solemn-looking royal guards. He held the hilt in one hand and the blade in the other as he carefully observed the unfamiliar longsword before him. 2,000 years ago, great Emperor, Camelot Carlus forged them to reward the meritorious subjects of the ancient empire. Hey, 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 take it easy. A grumbling voice came from behind him. Mariko frowned and turned around. In between the two rows of royal guards, the bruised and swollen Koan knelt on the ground. His hands and feet were tied up. He raised his head indignantly. That's my family's heirloom. Beside him, Doyle, who was also tied up, bumped into Koan. Shut up. Doyle gritted his teeth. He glanced at Mariko worriedly and exasperatedly. We're already in this state. Can't you not provoke him? Koan was not convinced and was about to retort, but he glanced at his surroundings from the corner of his eyes. Wyatt, Glover, Ralph, and the rest were all tied up and lying on the ground in a sorry state. They were closely guarded by guards who had unfriendly gazes. The police officer's imposing manner immediately diminished. He whispered to Doyle indignantly, "Damn it, Doyle. Damn it, Doyle, you're telling me you're just here to brace yourself." No, my original words were, "His Highness likes to joke." For example, he often threatens to send Officer Mallows to the prison of bones, but in the end, he still obediently goes back to be a target practice. You call this a joke? Weren't you the one who attacked first at the palace gate? That headbutt of yours. It wasn't me. I was just standing in front pretending to be fierce, but someone kicked me in the butt. Mariko's voice suddenly came. Family's heirloom? His footsteps drew closer. Koan and Doyle immediately stopped talking and lowered their heads in unison. That's right, Koan whispered. My old man warned me many times. Doyle bumped into him again. Mariko stopped beside them and chuckled. It said that the ancient sword itself has a special power. It's indescribably magical. Mariko sized up and caressed the bearer from all angles, his gaze slowly becoming infatuated. Of course, the great contributors who expanded the territory and conquered the world for the Imperium were all seasoned veterans. How could the great Emperor reward them with ordinary weapons? Koan and Doyle looked at each other. Mariko gently stroked the mysterious gem on the hilt of his sword. Legend has it that they can spontaneously absorb energy and matter from blood, soil, air, moisture, and even steel that they collide with to sharpen their blades and strengthen their bodies. Therefore, dust cannot penetrate them, water cannot rust them, blood cannot corrode them, and battle cannot break them. The weapon itself seems to have life and memories. Even if it is slightly bent and deformed, it will recover on its own as long as there is enough time. 100 years without losing its edge, 1,000 years without changing its shape. Koan was taken aback. He looked at the familiar sword and burst out laughing. Not even in 1,000 years. How can there be such a god? I have to bring it to the blacksmith shop for maintenance every month. Master Zadie from the tower said, this sword is quite durable. At this point, Koan's expression changed and he looked at Mariko suspiciously. Really? Mariko's gaze drifted away. In the eyes of the great emperor, only an immortal divine weapon is worthy of immeasurable merit and eternal loyalty. Koan frowned. Then the monthly maintenance. Oh no, did I get tricked by Karachi again? And those profiteering blacksmiths in Blade Fang's camp. Time flies, and the years change. They were scattered all over the world in the chaos of war, but they are still rare divine weapons. Mariko stroked the back of the bearer's sword thoughtfully. They have been passed down from generation to generation and have never decayed. They use the sword to show loyalty and sincerity. They tell the descendants of the Imperium of the past prosperity of the Imperium. Koan and Doyle exchanged glances again. Mariko exhaled. A long time ago, my ancestors also had a sword like this. Until the tyranny of the Red King, our family declined and we had to sell our ancestral property to rebuild our family business. Koan replied with an "oh," but his expression changed as he thought of something. That's definitely not this one. Look at what I said, Doyle whispered beside him in exasperation. Mariko loves to collect weapons the most. Vanguard Mariko snorted coldly and allowed the bearer to stop. It's too heavy, it doesn't suit me. Only then did Cohen show a relieved smile. I've heard of you, Cohen Caribbean, the longsword of twin towers from Walla Hill, wisdom to the left, longsword to the right? Cohen could not help but frown when he heard the family language. Mariko's eyes flickered. Maybe you don't know, but 5 generations ago, before we changed our surname to Mariko to avoid disaster, our family tree crossed paths. Crossed paths? Cohen was stunned for a moment. Before he could reply, Doyle's eyes lit up and he popped his head out. Oh. That's good. By the way, Doyle and Caribbean also crossed paths, which means that the 3 of us are, but Mariko did not even look at him. He raised the heavy sword in his hand again. As a noble, it's not a big mistake to be unambitious. But I thought you only wanted to mess with street thieves, Mariko said coldly, not stupid enough to break into the palace and rebel, Royal Knight Cohen Caribbean. Rebel? Cohen was shocked and smiled apologetically. It's a misunderstanding, it's a misunderstanding. I'm here for that. Have you ever been in a gang fight? It's when 2 people face each other and talk tough while 200 people stand on both sides and shout, but don't do anything, 20 people. But Mariko did not listen to him at all. His tone was cold. When you broke into the palace, there were 20 guards on duty. They were all heroes from the Vanguard Division and the Defense Division, young lads with bright futures. In the face of the arrogance of the nobles, they were neither servile nor overbearing. They were loyal to their duty. Even when they were beaten and injured by you, they remained resolute and protected the palace. Cohen was stunned and said anxiously, that was a misunderstanding. I wasn't the one who attacked first, Mariko snorted angrily and became even more displeased. For you, of course, it's just a small and harmless misunderstanding. But to them, Mariko tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. This is the cause of the death of the late king. This was His Majesty's comment. As soon as he said this, the gazes of the royal guards around him became even fiercer. This will be recorded in the records of the guards of the Flag-Bearer Division. It will accompany them throughout their lives and be passed down in the history of the guards. The more Mariko spoke, the angrier he became. Not only will they be humiliated, but they will also have to bear the blame on behalf of others. The royal family will not be wrong, so they can only be the ones at fault for what happened today. They will be charged with the crime of overstepping their authority and dereliction of duty. They will also have to live in fear of offending the prince. Their punishment will not be determined, and their future is uncertain. It's all because of you. Mariko looked at Cohen, who had a stiff smile on his face, and gritted his teeth. Bossy, arrogant, and lawless. You've turned Renaissance Palace into a mess, and you've humiliated the royal guards. As soon as he finished speaking, Mariko turned his arm. The load-bearing sword spun in the air and neatly returned to its sheath. But when the head of the sheath turned back, it strangely hit Cohen's abdomen. Bang. After being hit, Cohen fell to the ground in pain. He mumbled incoherently, "Grass nanny, sorry, it was an accident when I sheathed the sword," Mariko said coldly. As he pushed the load-bearing man away. "It's because it's too heavy." There was a commotion among the captives. Doyle said anxiously. "Well, when a prince breaks the law, he's no different from a commoner, when a prince breaks the law, he's no different from a commoner," but these words made Mariko snort angrily. "Of course, you're just using your master's power to intimidate others. So, not only do you not have to do anything, all you have to do is smile obsequiously, and a big shot like the Foreign Affairs Minister will use his connections to greet you. Whether it's overt or covert, he will threaten me not to use lynching." Mariko looked at Cohen, who was curled up on the ground in pain. His breathing gradually quickened. But in the entire kingdom, no one dares to offend your noble master. Because no matter how presumptuous and outrageous he is, no matter how many people he harms, no matter how much trouble he causes, His Majesty will still tolerate him and forgive him. He will still strut out arrogantly, point at my nose, and ask me to let you go, to let you continue to get away with it, as if nothing happened. And after that, we will have to unify our statements to protect his reputation. The more Mariko spoke, the more upset he became. In the end, he sneered. And the captain will even say, it's our duty to carry the burden for the royal family. The vanguard looked at Cohen, who was at his feet. His gaze was slightly cold. I know this world is unfair. But it shouldn't be like this. Cohen coughed a few times and recovered with difficulty. Well, I understand you. The police grimaced. But if King screw with me again, Doyle, who had been frantically signaling him to shut up, closed his eyes in pain. Mariko sneered. This time, he did not hide it. He raised the load-bearing sword and aimed it at Cohen. Cohen was not afraid. He gritted his teeth and looked at him. You make it sound nice, but what you're best at, a deep voice rang out at the right time. Isn't it just touching yourself first, then being self-righteous and taking sides? The voice sneered and deliberately dragged out his tone. Vicente Mariko brother ***. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned at first, and then a strange expression appeared on their faces. Big, what? Mariko's expression changed. He turned away from Cohen and looked at another captive. Even if you haven't heard it in person, you should know more or less. Glover, who was covered in wounds and looked disheveled, raised his head from the other side and sneered, I don't know about the other divisions, but the people in the Vanguard division call you that in private. Because no matter what kind of conflict there is in the Vanguard division, you always like to be the first to stand up and uphold justice. You're full of reason and pretentious. Why, do you think that as long as your D***ck is big enough, everyone will stick out their asses and let you poke them? Or do you think that poking everyone makes them feel good? As soon as these words came out, the entire Ellen court fell silent. Many royal guards could not help but glance at Mariko. But Mariko did not speak. He just stared at Glover, his nostrils flared. Among the captives, Wuxia sighed and nudged Doyle with his butt. I thought you were the most talkative one. Sorry, I forgot that your butt is injured. Doyle also looked at the zombie in surprise, as if he was seeing him for the first time. But you don't know shit. Glover struggled to move his bound arms and said to Mariko, don't worry, I'm not going to kill you. Every time you lie to yourself, it's worse than the sh**t that comes out of your mother's mouth when your father clamps her leg between his legs and f***ck her to the heavens. The zombie spat on the ground. Brother ***. The surroundings fell silent again. By the sunset goddess, Doyle whispered in disbelief. Where did he learn to talk so much trash? After a long time, Mariko took a deep breath, suppressed his emotions, and walked forward. Caleb Glover, it's you again. Mariko looked at the big man kneeling on the ground with a contemptuous expression and narrowed his eyes. Why am I not surprised? Glover snorted coldly and did not answer. Mariko looked at him with a complicated gaze. You used to be one of the best in the Vanguard division. You have a noble family, excellent abilities, and a promising future. I once thought that you were different from those fops who joined the guards to gain experience. Doyle, who was listening by the side, was stunned. Why did Mariko look at me when he said this? Mariko came to Glover's side and his gaze was cold. Until you couldn't control your lower body and fell for prostitution. Prostitution? As soon as he said this, the captives, including many royal guards, all looked at Glover. Cohen nodded subconsciously at first, but when he realized something, he quickly joined the others and looked surprised. Only Doyle was shocked. You're really not gay? A hint of anger appeared on Glover's face. I didn't want to say much at first. After all, the matter has been suppressed. Mariko raised his eyebrows. But, yes, I know that the reason you were removed and chased out of the Vanguard division was because when you were prostituting in Red Street Market. Cohen nodded with lingering fear. Glover could not help but say angrily, it's none of your F***king business. It was the first time many people in the Ellen court knew about this, and they could not help but frown. Mariko chuckled, and his expression gradually turned cold. How many times? The second Vanguard asked. First-class Vanguard Caleb Glover, how many times did you sneak off to Red Street Market on the day of payday after receiving your money, only to come back at dawn with an empty wallet and exhausted? How many times did you lie to my face when you called up the whole team in the Vanguard division, saying that you were not in good spirits because you did not sleep well? And what was the name of the brothel you often went to? What clubhouse? With every word Mariko said, Glover's expression became worse until the latter finally could not hold it in any longer. I like to prostitute. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? Mariko said coldly. Just because a colleague picked a prostitute you liked, you held a grudge and plotted revenge. In the end, you made a huge mistake and destroyed your own future. Cohen's mind raced, and he felt that this point sounded familiar. Glover remembered something, and his expression became ferocious. They deserved it. I know that Menides is a scumbag, Mariko said coldly. I also know that you have an old grudge against him, and I even guessed that he set a trap to provoke you first. But so what? Are you really stupid enough to take the bait? Do you have so much heroic spirit that you've lost your mind after being provoked by a few women? Glover's eyes trembled, and he clenched his fists tightly. Vanguard Glover, you abandoned yourself, murdered your colleagues, and maimed your own brothers and sisters, all because of a few prostitutes' pillow talk. Everyone, including the captives and the guards, was surprised and looked at Glover. Facing countless gazes, the zombie trembled. But in the end, he suppressed his emotions and sneered. Have you ever tasted a woman? Of course not, brother *** is too big, and no one can fit inside. How pitiful. Mariko was stunned. Glover raised his head and smiled provocatively. Let me tell you, for that taste, I can kill 10 more Menides. Mariko was enraged. He has already been punished, thanks to you. Menides will have to spend the rest of his life in bed. Glover turned his head and spat. He's lucky. In the original plan, he had to spend the rest of his life in the dirt. His indifferent attitude agitated Mariko. The latter looked at him for a long time, then sighed and shook his head. I tried to help you. Mariko was disappointed. Before that, I helped you cover up in the Vanguard division. I just hoped that Officer Stanley wouldn't find out so quickly that you were addicted to prostitution. I've visited your brother many times, hoping that he could persuade you with his brotherly love, so that you could mend your ways and repent. Their gazes met, and Glover frowned. I didn't beg you to do that. Mariko shook his head. Now it seems that you are addicted and have no remorse. After the incident, I shouldn't have gone to Officer Adrian and Officer Stanley, nor should I have visited the victims and asked them to spare your life to atone for your crimes. The Vanguard shook his head in disappointment. It would have been better to follow the rules of the guards and get rid of you in the well. Glover's gaze froze. He became angrier and enunciated each word. I didn't beg you to do that. Mariko's expression remained unchanged. He turned the load-bearing sword in his hand, and the scabbard hit Glover's abdomen. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, Glover fell to the ground in pain. You made the Vanguard Division the biggest joke in Renaissance Palace. The Flag-Bearer Division is still targeting us because of your rarely seen vicious infighting among the guards. Mariko paced around him. Not only did you not feel remorseful, but you also used power to escape punishment. You even had the nerve to come back and cause trouble in the palace. You brought shame to the entire emperor's Praetorian guards. Glover endured the pain and raised his head. Yo, brother asterisk asterisk. The disheveled zombie still squeezed out a smile and mocked. You poked me so soft. Did you forget to take some aphrodisiac? Mariko's gaze turned cold. The ancient empire sword is easy to maintain and is durable. The second vanguard said coldly, but if the sword is irreversibly damaged, broken, and has to be returned to the furnace to be recast, the power contained in it will be changed. Even if the sword is as sharp as before, it will no longer be pure, and will no longer look the same. Glover stared at him fiercely, not showing any signs of weakness. Mariko's gaze swept across the captives in front of him. Just like the nobles of Constellation. Although it has been passed down since ancient times and has been passed down from generation to generation, after thousands of years, Mariko raised the load-bearing sword in his hand. It's no longer the Empire after all. Yes, Glover snorted angrily. Who knows which generation of your ancestors were born from a woman who went out to have an affair? Bang! Glover was knocked to the ground for the third time. Doyle, who was next to him, turned his head in pain and exhaled. I don't know what Mariko did to the zombie to make him so angry, but he'll get himself killed if he continues like this, Doyle said to the captives in a low voice. Think of a way. At this moment. But I've heard it before. Waya's voice came from behind him, causing Mariko to pause. Those people who only have the Empire in their heads, Waya looked up and chuckled. They've never seen the Empire before. Mariko put down his scabbard and turned to Waya. Doyle quietly gave the latter a thumbs up, wriggled over to the dying Glover, and lifted him up. As expected of the real Waya. The prince's attendant, Waya Casso, Mariko said coldly. Waya nodded and said calmly, according to what you said, this person is no longer under your command. Whether you want to beat or kill him, his life belongs to Prince Thales. Mariko stopped in front of him. Your Excellency, I respect your father, Count Casso. He is a noble and talented man who has made great contributions to the kingdom. Mariko was expressionless. You should follow in his footsteps and dutifully assist and advise His Highness. Instead of colluding with these sinners. Glover, who had caught his breath, could not help but speak again, but Doyle covered his mouth tightly. Waya frowned at first, and then smiled. There's no need for that. The attendant's gaze was sharp. Not every son is worthy of his father's glory. Waya pouted. Just like this sword, no matter how sharp it is, how legendary it is, how pure it is. The Empire still perished. Mariko frowned. Just like your family. In the end, you still sold your ancestors' sword. Waya shook his head. That's why you're where you are today. Isn't it? Brother asterisk asterisk asterisk. Mariko's gaze became worse. Glover was inexplicably angry. Only Doyle secretly gave Waya a thumbs up again. The real Waya, loyal. At this moment. Did I miss something? The familiar teenage voice was heard. It was casual, but it caused a commotion among the royal guards in the atrium, and they all stepped back. I mean, other than brother asterisk asterisk asterisk. Hearing this voice, Mariko sighed heavily. Thales appeared under the light amid the bustle, looking exhausted. The captives were instantly energized as if they had seen their savior. Your Highness. Little fart, Your Highness. I thought I would never see you again. Wow, we're saved. I knew it. Thales forced a smile, waved his hand here and there, nodded there, and responded to the excited shouts of his subordinates. In the bustle, Mariko turned around and shouted angrily. Shut up. The guards in Ellen Court scolded one after another, suppressing the enthusiasm of the captives. All right, the show is over, Vanguard Mariko. Thales waved his hand at Mariko and said sleepily, "Untie them. It's too dark at night. I need company." The vanguard stared at him with a complicated expression and bowed first. "Forgive me for not being able to comply, Your Highness," Mariko insisted. "They are all suspects who trespassed into the palace or instigated nobles to trespass into the palace. They must be interrogated strictly." Thales yawned loudly and did not care. "Listen, I just fought 300 rounds with the king. I'm tired, and I don't want to talk to you about this. Go ask Adrian." The prince pointed at the way they came. "He'll give you the same answer. Then I'll wait here for the captain's orders." Mariko refused to show weakness. "Go ahead, but they can't leave." Thales looked around and saw the group of royal guards who were indignant and in awe. "Let's make a deal," Vanguard Mariko, the teenager sighed and said, "if you let my people go. And I'll give you something in return." Mariko snorted coldly and refused. "Bribing the palace is a taboo for the royal family, Your Highness." But Thales shook his finger and approached him. "You know, when we came in, the royal guards guarding the palace gate," the prince smiled and lowered his voice. "I suspect that they have ulterior motives and intend to harm the heir of the kingdom." Mariko's gaze changed. "What?" Thales stretched his neck and revealed the bandage on it. "Look, during that conflict, my neck was cut." "Wow, there was so much blood. Tell me, isn't this plotting against the prince? For the safety of the future king, should we drag him out and give him an explanation? Kick him, or them, out of the guards? That's not the truth, it's slander." Mariko's expression turned ugly. The captives stared at him in a daze. Thales smiled. "That's not up to you to decide. After all, my father also said that the death of the late king was all due to your negligence. Don't you think so?" Mariko took a deep breath. "You, let my people go." Thales did not wait for him to speak and pressed his palm on Mariko's shoulder. "I'll take care of the flag-bearer division and make sure that those boys won't bear the crime of hurting the prince. There won't be any record of dereliction of duty in their resumes, and I won't retaliate against them. What do you think?" Mariko's expression changed several times. Thales clicked his tongue. "So, brother ****, you're going to fight me to the end." He looked at the captives who were waiting to be fed. "Or?" A minute later. Thales walked through the corridors of Renaissance Palace, surrounded by many people who had survived the disaster, in high spirits. Their procession was disorderly and messy, but they made a lot of noise, along with a big black horse that was unhappy because it had missed dinner, and all the guards and servants along the way avoided them. "I'm sorry, Cohen. I didn't expect it to be so serious," Thales said tiredly. "I just wanted to borrow your family's name, but I didn't expect you to be the first one to make a move. Forget it. Once the director finds out, he'll definitely suspend me again. I just hope he won't cut my salary." Cohen, whose face was bruised and swollen, hugged his family's heirloom sword miserably. Snot and tears ran down his face. "No, I remember now. I was suspended to reflect, and I wasn't the first one to make a move. Someone kicked me in the back." Doyle coughed twice behind him and said in a low voice, "Does the director know His Highness?" Cohen was stunned for a moment before he reacted in an unprecedented manner. "Ah, Your Highness. It's my honor to be the vanguard for you. With our friendship, I'm willing to go through fire and water for you." If Cohen wasn't the first one to make a move, then, Thales glanced behind him. Ralph looked elsewhere and snorted coldly. "Tisk, tsk, tsk. Young Callan, I didn't expect this, I didn't expect this." Doyle patted Glover's shoulder in a gratified manner, completely ignoring the latter's discomfort. "You're a kindred spirit too. When are we going to share our experiences in Red Street Market?" Glover snorted angrily, shook him off and walked forward. "Get lost." Doyle, who was rejected, was a little embarrassed. He chuckled at Jennard and Willow behind him. We have a good relationship. We talk more casually. Waya caught up with Thales and asked worriedly, Your Highness, did you get what you wanted? Thales snapped out of his thoughts and forced a smile. I'm still alive, right? Waya looked at his expression and hesitated to speak. But Thales raised his eyebrows and interrupted him, changing the topic. Oh, right, Vanguard Mariko just now. He's not bad? Glover snorted in disdain from behind him. Even though he more or less wanted to gain fame and show his loyalty to gain favor, in the end, he compromised. Thales scratched his chin. He didn't force the situation to its end and ruin the futures of his subordinates for the sake of his reputation of not fearing the prince. There's no difference. Glover was unhappy. He's still an arrogant B*****. And those dozen idiots who were beaten up by us will probably still be grateful to brother ****, thinking that he saved them. Thales shook his head. You have to give him a way out. And we have to accept that people are not perfect, Pudgy Dumpling. Hearing this form of address, Glover looked embarrassed and could not help but slow down. Pudgy Dumpling? Doyle caught up from behind. His gaze shifted, and he looked interested. Why did His Highness call you that? You're not fat, at least you're not fat when you're wearing clothes. Could it be Pudgy Dumpling? Glover paused for a moment before he became fierce again. If you call me that one more time, you'll be in danger. Cohen, who had nothing to live for, brushed past the two of them and finished the second half of Zombie's sentence listlessly. The fierce-looking Glover's expression froze. Glover could no longer continue being fierce. He held his breath and said reluctantly, You're right. You're right. Glover glared at Doyle, snorted coldly, and left angrily. Doyle was left standing on the same spot, confused. Since when did their relationship become so good? I'm obviously Zombie's partner. I'm the grandson of that idiot's great-uncle's brother-in-law, okay? He could only turn to Ralph, who was at the back, and explain helplessly, I know. They're hard to deal with, right? They don't care about other people's feelings at all, but Ralph walked past him expressionlessly. He did not even look at Doyle. Shoo, only Doyle was left to rub his nose awkwardly and mock himself at the air. It's okay, I'm fine. But thank you for your concern, Mr. Ralph. Also, happy working with you. Jenny Blackhorse snorted in disdain as her reply. At the front of the group, Waya took a deep breath. But I know, Your Highness, even if Merrick does not agree to your conditions, the attendant smiled and said, you will not let those guards be wronged for no reason, right? Thales paused for a moment. He was slightly absent-minded and did not know what he was thinking. In the next second, the prince snorted softly in a noncommittal manner. Who knows? Waya was stunned. Thales did not say anything else. He took large strides and walked forward. Waya stared at the prince's back and could not help but say, strange. What's wrong? Glover, who had a lot on his mind, asked casually. Waya shook his head. I don't know. He stared at Thales' back. I just feel that there's something wrong with His Highness. Ralph snorted in disdain and made a rude gesture with his hand. Glover asked, why? Waya hesitated for a second and said, if he were to ask that question in the past, he would definitely smile easily and say, of course, with certainty. And he would never hesitate. Ralph was slightly stunned. Glover was deep in thought. Renaissance Palace, the Royal Guard's duty room. The alarm in the palace has stopped for an hour. It's been a long time since anyone came to snitch on you. The watchman of the Royal Guards, Tormund Mallows, gently put down his mate tea and said calmly, at least tell me what's going on outside, right? For example, Renaissance Palace caught on fire? Opposite him, the vice-captain cum chief flag-bearer, Vogel Talon flipped open the next document. The guard's daily exercise. Don't worry, the vice-captain did not even raise his head. Our work here is not done, the defense and duty of Mindy's Hall. Have you arranged the arrangements according to the rules of the Royal Guards? Mallows looked up. The sound replication spell on the wall was still in operation, glowing brightly. The daily exercise requires 30 fully armed people to block the door of the duty room, surround the two of us, and allow entry but not exit? There was a moment of silence in the room. Vogel chuckled and said nonchalantly, "That's right. We need to exercise to deal with all situations, answer the question." All situations. Mallows narrowed his eyes, even me? Vogel looked up and stared straight at him. Especially you. Especially you. Mallows closed his eyes and let out a long breath. Tell me, the watchman said helplessly. He didn't assassinate His Majesty, did he? Vogel's fingers paused as he flipped through the document. It's not that hard to guess. Mallows reached out and closed the cover of the document while answering Vogel's surprise. Other than the prince rebelling, I can't think of any other reason to lock his personal guard captain here like a thief and have you keep me here to chat. Vogel was expressionless. Mallows sighed. That kid shouldn't be that stupid. But who knows, he was taught by the Northlanders. Mallows looked at Vogel seriously. Listen, if the situation gets out of hand, you'll need me. The two men in the duty room were silent for a while. All right, I can let you go. Mallows' eyes lit up. As long as you answer me one thing truthfully. Vogel stared at the sound replication spell on the wall and made up his mind. That child, is His Majesty's, by blood? Mallows suddenly looked up. By blood? What's wrong with His Highness? Mallows sped up his speech and interrogated him. Is he still alive? The watchman's reaction and attitude made Vogel frown. If he's not by blood, then he's, Vogel paused, stared at his opponent, and said tentatively, by blood of His Highness Crown Prince Midir? Crown Prince Midir. Mallows was stunned at first, then exhaled and laughed out loud. He leaned back in his chair. So, he's safe? Whether he's safe or not has a lot to do with this. Vogel was unyielding. Answer me. Mallows chuckled and looked back at him with a teasing gaze. His Highness Midir died 18 years ago, in the year 660 of the calendar of eradication. The watchman looked straight at Vogel. As for that child, he's 14 years old this year. 18 years ago. 14 years old. Vogel reacted and felt strangely awkward. All right, then bang. The door to the duty room was slammed open. Mallows and Vogel turned their heads in unison. One was relieved, the other unhappy. Flag-bearer Will walked in with a mournful expression. Sir, I said not to disturb, Vogel said unhappily. Flag-bearer Will's expression became even worse. He nodded mechanically and made way for the figure behind him. Right here? Prince Thales stepped into the room. The two men sitting opposite him were shocked and stood up at the same time. Just a lousy place like this, Thales said with a frown. Aren't you two too chatty? Behind him, the heads of Doyle, Cohen, Waya and the others popped out from the doorframe and curiously sized up the duty room where only the commanding officer could rest. Your Highness. Vogel was in slight disbelief. You are all well. Thales waved his hand to indicate that he understood. Your Highness. Mallows' gaze was indifferent. Did you have fun? Thales snorted and rolled his eyes at him. What are you spacing out for? The prince waved his hand and turned to leave. Go home. Mallows raised his eyebrows at Vogel, indicating that he had no choice. Vogel reacted and spoke forcefully. Your Highness. The paperwork for the flag-bearer division has not been completed. Vogel came in front of Thales and blocked his way gloomily. And this is an important tradition of the Royal Guards. It concerns the safety of the royal family. Please understand. The corners of Thale's mouth curled up. Who's that? The villain of the guards. Look, even Mallows can't do anything about him. What will His Highness do? 1 silver coin. I bet he'll do it the hard way, like threatening his house. Then I'll bet on the soft way. Chattering sounds came from behind him. Thale's expression froze. He turned around abruptly. The heads on the doorframe disappeared in unison. It was quiet. The prince turned back to look at the flag bearer. What if I don't understand? Vogel suppressed his anger, bowed, and smiled. Your Highness, allow me to introduce. This is the sound replication spell. Thales followed his gaze to the wall and noticed the strange spell that was glowing faintly. Magic. Magic again. An inexplicable irritation welled up in his heart. It's recording everything we're saying at this very moment, word for word. Vogel spoke appropriately, neither obsequiously nor haughtily. Passing it down to future generations for their judgment. Thales frowned. Future generations? Vogel nodded. Although the sound replication stone used for recording is an extremely rare consumable, in the hundreds of years of Constellation's history, many wills and wills of the former kings have been left this way. He narrowed his eyes. Many historians wrote biographies of the former kings of Constellation, which were passed down for generations to come, in accordance with this source. Wrote biographies, which were passed down for generations to come. Thales froze when he heard that. He subconsciously straightened his collar. Glover, Doyle, both of you accompany His Highness back first. Mallows spoke up and said calmly. He said calmly, I'll be there soon. It won't take long. Zombie and Doyle were about to enter the room, but Vogel turned around and glared at them. Mallows and Vogel's eyes met in the air. As if there was lightning. Thale's fingers that were adjusting his collar paused. Sound replication spell? In that case, no matter what I say now, the young man turned around slowly. Behind me, the kings and queens of centuries and millennia, they can hear it? Vogel nodded cheerfully. Yes, so in order to be thorough, Your Highness, why don't you go first? All right. Thales sighed and walked towards the wall. Vogel could not help but laugh. Without a reasonable method, you cannot dismantle it, but Thales merely put his palms in front of his mouth, aimed at the spell, and took a deep breath. My descendants, listen carefully, listen, listen. Vogel was puzzled. Mallows' expression changed. He suddenly had a bad feeling about this. Thales called for the sin of Hell's River, focusing it on his vocal cords and throat. His voice grew louder and louder. Listen. 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 In the next second, he roared with a ferocious expression. What the F***ck are you going to listen to? Stupid thing, the duty room was not big. His voice was deafening like thunder. The lights in the room flickered, and even the mate tea in the cup was shaken. After the roar, the room returned to silence. Only the echoes outside the corridor continued, shaking the entire palace. The light of the spell flickered a few times and dimmed considerably. It seemed to be on the verge of death. Thales exhaled. After letting out this roar that would resound for thousands of years, he only felt refreshed and carefree. The prince tidied up his appearance and turned around contentedly. He faced the two petrified men and the stone heads on the door frame. He was cultured and elegant. Excuse me, is the paperwork done? End of this chapter. Chapter 630. A few minutes later, Thales led Mallows and a large group of people to Renaissance Palace's carpet in a bustling manner. Wyatt tried repeatedly to tell Doyle that he was in charge of the prince's personal matters, but he was always fooled by Doyle's joking, "Oh, why are there any distinctions between us?" Cohen was eager to find Glover to ask about the situation, but the latter kept moving in the group to ensure that he and Cohen were always on Ralph's sides. If the police wanted to find him, they would have to go past the phantom wind follower. After going through an ordeal together, the two groups of people who had no interaction with each other and had temporarily formed a team, the former subordinates of Dragon Cloud City and the Star Lake Guards, were no longer as distinct as before. The dark mass of Renaissance Palace forced them to cluster around the prince, dispel their nervousness and fear, and search for safety and belonging. "Thank you, Tormund," Thales suddenly said. He ignored Wuxia, who was struggling to catch up to the prince, but was held back by Doyle's excessive enthusiasm. Mallows, who was closest to the teenager, frowned. "For what?" "Thanks to your prior preparations and leaving enough manpower for me," Thales said faintly. "That was just an emergency insurance." Mallows shook his head. "I didn't expect you to not only use it, as the most well-dressed, healthiest, and neatest person in this group." Mallows looked at the unfamiliar faces in the group and frowned. "And added quite a lot of manpower. Did something great." Amidst the hustle and bustle, Thales was not in a good mood, and Mallows seemed to have a lot on his mind. The two of them seemed to have a tacit understanding, and there was a long gap between their questions and answers. "Who is that?" Looking at the backs of the two figures in front of him, one big and one small, but with great teamwork, Wyatt could not help but ask Doyle in a whisper. "Oh, him." Doyle's eyes lit up. He looked like someone who had been through this before. "Of course it's our beloved personal guard captain, Tormund Mallows." "Oh." Wyatt reacted. "The one His Highness said was going to send to the prison of bones?" Doyle's expression changed. He pressed a finger to his lips. "Shoo." He sneaked a glance at the captain's back. "He is very stingy." They walked down a flight of stairs. The black horse, Jenny, hated this kind of terrain and environment, so she started to throw a tantrum again. Jennard and Willow were flustered by her, and she caused a commotion in the group. In the end, Glover grabbed her reins and used the zombie's unique death gaze and the long sword at his waist to force her to submit. Thale sighed and said to his personal guard captain, "Thank you. You can't even protect yourself, but you still asked Captain Adrian to help me." "What?" Mallows frowned. "He's here to buy me more time. Neither the swords of the past nor the present can escape from the sheath." "Isn't that the secret code that you asked him to deliver?" "No," Mallows denied firmly. "That's what Captain taught me." "What?" The prince was stunned. "So, you didn't ask him to come?" Mallows shook his head, his expression as usual. "Of course not. Vogel alone is troublesome enough. I can't deal with you." Thales paused for a moment. "I knew it." The prince exhaled angrily and pressed his hand against his forehead. Calm down, calm down. Everything depends on yourself, everything depends on yourself." Mallows' gaze shifted to Thale's hand. "What's that?" Thales froze. He put down his right hand and looked at the ornament on his index finger. It was a grayish-white bone ring with two rings, one at the front and the other at the back. The face of the ring was engraved with a strange and ferocious beast's head, which covered almost half of the knuckle. It was monotonous but heavy. If he wore two more, he could even use it as a punch. A gift to witness reconciliation. Thales paused for a second, then put down his right hand and said faintly, "From father." Mallows was deep in thought. A group of servants and guards approached from afar. When they realized that it was Prince Thales, their expressions changed drastically. They retreated as quickly as they could and scattered before they entered the salute range. "How rare. I've never received such treatment." Mallows looked at the empty palace with complicated emotions. "What did you do?" "What did I do?" Thale's heart sank. He was in a trance amidst the noisy crowd. Doyle talked about all kinds of ghost stories in Renaissance Palace, leaving Cohen and Willow dumbfounded. Jennard looked at the obedient Jenny with relief. He felt that the prince had a successor to lead the horse to the increasingly impatient Glover. In the face of the complicated situation, Wyatt tried to gesture with his hands, wanting to say something to Ralph to unite them, but the latter always looked indifferent. "I sold myself," Thales said gloomily. Mallows turned to look at him. "Don't worry, I negotiated a good price." The watchman narrowed his eyes. "Such as?" Thales glanced behind him. "Such as you, and everyone in Mindy's hall, safe and sound." "Escaped from disaster?" "Yes," Mallows' expression did not change. "It's all thanks to you that I'm in trouble." Thales ignored his sarcasm. "Due to offending the royal family and kidnapping nobles at a banquet, Anchor Byril will be sent to the prison of bones for life." Mallows raised his eyebrows. "Life imprisonment? He must be very grateful." Thales shook his head. "Sparing his life is my father's biggest concession. As for the debts and political disputes between the two families, the Nobles' Affairs Chamber will step in and negotiate with the Department of Finance and the Department of Discipline to resolve them." "These are worthless," the watchman shook his head. "What did you sell, and what did you exchange for?" Thales paused. "You know, today's Imperial Conference was supposed to question the Western Desert Dukes about the internal strife in Blade Fang's camp and the Byril family case." Mallows' expression changed slightly. Thales chuckled. "Until I broke the rules and barged into the palace with the Fakenhas family heirloom sword, lamented the pros and cons, and dissuaded His Majesty." Mallows' expression changed. He glanced at the guard who was narrating Dragon Cloud City's War Chronicle, Cohen the Brave and the Fire Knight. "But the sword you held was clearly the Caribbean family's." "Yes," Thales was gloomy. "But people don't know." The watchman paused and nodded. "People don't know." Thales nodded as well. "And I will write a letter and send it directly to Duke Fakenhas in the Western Desert." Mallows' gaze shifted. Thales sighed. His tone was filled with endless emotions. "After writing it, we can do whatever we want in the capital, and even the entire kingdom." Mallows was deep in thought. This time, he was silent for a long time. Thales snorted softly. "Also, please inform Logistics Officer Stone that from tomorrow onwards, Mindy's Hall will be responsible for its own profits and losses." Mallows' expression darkened. "F***ck, have you ever thought about what if you fail?" "I have." Thales sighed and said, "That's why I sent Commodore." "Commodore?" Thales nodded. He was a little afraid of barging into the palace and causing trouble. He was reluctant. "That's why I sent him to look for Madame Gines. Judging by the time, it should be about time." At this moment, a breeze blew. The lights in the palace corridor flickered. Mallows frowned. Enemy attack. Everyone's expression changed. In the next second, a strong gust of wind blew. A black shadow shot out from the end of the corridor. It charged towards Thales at lightning speed. Glover and Cohen moved forward together and drew their swords. But the black shadow surprised them. He stepped on Glover's sword, then on Cohen's shoulder. In a flash, he broke through the two of them in an instant. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the black shadow passed by Wyatt and Ralph one after another. He charged towards Thales and Mallows without any obstacles. "Wah! Ha!" A clear and sharp voice traveled into the air. "I bought this road, I am the one who opened this road." Thales' vision blurred. He saw the black shadow draw his weapon. His blade flashed continuously, forcing Wyatt and Ralph to retreat. At the same time, he made the everlasting lamp in the corridor tremble in pain. "If you want to harm the prince, step on my body." The black shadow stopped and revealed a short and small figure that was tightly covered by a cloak. She brandished the machete randomly and made babbling noises to demonstrate to the dumbfounded people around her, "Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Did you hear that?" Everyone, including Thales, was stunned. They watched the performance of the person in front of them in a daze. Seeing that no one challenged her authority, the person put away her machete and nodded in satisfaction. That's right. The next moment, Thales's face twitched. Ida? The short and small figure nodded. She shook her cloak, put her hands on her hips, and struck a dashing pose. She snapped her fingers. Correct. Kid, I came immediately when I heard that you were in danger. But since I'm here, you're safe. You're welcome. Under everyone's strange gazes, the elf protector extended her hand excitedly and patted Thales's shoulder awkwardly. How is it? I arrived in time and saved you from danger. Are you touched? Thales's face darkened. He thanked her dryly. Yes. I'm touched. It's all thanks to you. If you came a little later, it didn't seem to make any difference. Ida nodded in satisfaction and wiped the grease at the corner of her mouth. Waya and Ralph, who were used to this scene, sighed and dispersed. Only the black horse, Jenny, snorted excitedly. Instructor Ida. Mallow's expression tensed up. Royal Guards, welcome home. Hearing these words, Ida shuddered. She turned her head around and spoke in a timid voice. Hey, you're that, Sir Instructor. A mournful cry rang out. Doyle pushed through the crowd and pounced on her. His eyes were sparkling and his voice had changed. Why you've been gone for 6 years. 6 years. Finally, you're back. Sob, you told me that you would only be gone for a few weeks. The others looked at him with furrowed brows. Ida was stunned. She scratched her head in embarrassment. Sorry, I didn't expect to be gone for so long. I've made you worry. No, since you're back, then I'm relieved. Doyle sniffled and teared up. He sounded very touching. I can follow by your side and serve you like before. Thank you, Ida chuckled guiltily. By the way, that. She suddenly remembered something and looked kindly at the loyal Doyle. Who are you? On the other side, Mallows looked at the chaos in the team and sighed deeply. You know, Your Highness, the price is actually not important. He turned to the downcast Thales. Most importantly, when you're bargaining, you're using, Mallows said in a low voice, is it your own scale? Hearing this, Thales raised his head and clenched his right hand. Empty words? In Ballard Room, Thales chuckled at the king in front of him. What, I have to sign a labor contract to sell myself to you? If I don't do as you say, don't go undercover in a company and steal trade secrets, you'll deduct my year-end performance bonus? The prince glared at King Kessel. Boss? Thales sneered. Or do you want me to write a secret statement, and when I betray you, you can take it out and tell the world that, the prince is a wolf, don't trust him? The Iron Hand King did not respond to his nonsense. He just raised his head and stared at the furnishings in Ballard Room that had not changed for many years. He was silent for a long time. Finally, just as Thales was about to yawn, the king spoke softly. Make a vow. Thales was stunned. King Kessel's eyes were bright. We will form an alliance and make a vow to bear witness to this moment. Vow? Thales blinked, somewhat surprised. Wow. This, I really didn't think of it. Vow. The prince ruminated on the word. So old-fashioned? King Kessel did not speak. He just stared coldly at Thales. Thales sighed. All right, Your Majesty. The next second, Thales pressed his right hand and flipped onto the conference table. The king frowned. Thales sat cross-legged, flipped open the lid of the wine pot and took a sip. He choked and his face contorted. Then, if you agree, if you accept, if you acknowledge our agreement today, if you are willing to fight side by side with me and move forward together until the kingdom is clean and Constellation is revived, Your Majesty Kessel. Thales gritted his words and put down the wine pot in disgust. Let us drink together and swear an oath of alliance. He knocked on the wine pot and pushed it towards the king. For the kingdom of Constellation. King Kessel frowned. He glanced at the wine pot, then at the disheveled but arrogant Thales, and snorted in dissatisfaction. What's wrong? Thales laughed and patted the table under his butt. Hey, don't tell me this table is an antique used by someone. If I recklessly jump on it, will you teach me a lesson? King Kessel shook his head. He was expressionless as he gently pushed the wine pot away. Thales frowned. This is the Yankee custom of swearing, barbaric and backward. The king said slowly, we have a better way. Under Thales' strange gaze, King Kessel stretched out his palm and held the staff of Constellation by the side of the chair. At that moment, the jewel on top of the scepter emitted a dazzling blue light without warning, illuminating the entire Ballard room as if it was daytime. Thales closed his eyes and turned his head. What the hell? Fortunately, the blue light disappeared in a flash. King Kessel put down the scepter and spread his left hand. Thales opened his eyes in pain and slowly regained his vision. He discovered that on the king's left hand, there was a sizable ring lying quietly. It was grayish-white. His expression was ferocious. This is the coronation item of the Jade Star royal family. King Kessel turned the strange ring on his hand with a strange look in his eyes. For 700 years, it has been hidden in the staff of Constellation, only appearing for a short period of time whenever the throne changes hands. Coronation item? Thales narrowed his eyes and sized it up. This ring, this shape, doesn't look like an orc-style bone ring. The Iron Hand King knew of his doubts and went straight to the point. It was forged from the bones of rare and heavy ancient terror beasts, smelted into the hardest part, and painstakingly forged. This time, Thales was truly shocked. Orcs? The king did not answer, his gaze still fixed on the bone ring. Thales scrutinized the strange ring. There were many beast heads engraved on the surface of the ring, and without exception, they were all roaring angrily. He compared it with what he had seen and heard in the desert. Although this bone ring was already very big, compared to the orcs, it's too small, Thales said doubtfully. Because it was not made for orcs, but for humans, the king said faintly. Its name is Gertoxa. Gertoxa. Thales recalled the orc language lessons and guessed, I don't know if your intonation is correct, but this syllable and structure in the orc language should be a noun or a pronoun. And these two affixes should be positive and glorious, and an abstract concept. As for the actual meaning, it depends on the pronunciation and writing, as well as the different language habits of the three major orc branches. Covenant. King Kessel did not give him a chance to show off his studies and answered him directly, this is its meaning. That is its meaning. Covenant. Gertoxa. Thales' gaze was attracted by the bone ring, and he softly recited its name. Covenant? The king nodded. 700 years ago, the allied forces of the mountain elves and the northern humans suffered a crushing defeat. They were wiped out overnight, and the situation in the Battle of Eradication deteriorated. The Battle of Eradication. Thales' heart sank. At the critical moment, Immortal went north alone, and embarked on a dangerous journey. He went against the ancient last line of defense of humans, and went deep into Queequor Glacier. Queequor Glacier. The king's voice was long and deep. He wanted to break the taboo of humans since ancient times, and seek help from the ancient enemy to form an alliance and fight the calamity together. The ancient enemy. Fight the calamity together. Thales was puzzled. Mortal? The king nodded slowly, and his words carried the weight of history. When he returned from the glacier, 8 war flags fluttered behind him. In the Orc kingdom behind the glacier, there were 8 tribes who were willing to put down the blood teachings of their ancestors, and cast aside their blood feud. They marched down south with great force. Thales could not help but hold his breath. So, for the first time since the uncivilized era, the orcs passed through the natural stronghold of Queequor, the ruins of the last line of defense of humans, the 38th century posts built later on, and entered Northland province. They set foot on the territory of the former human empire, migrated thousands of miles, and joined the battle of eradication. In the next second, King Kessel's gaze was sharp. Just like that, Rikaru Extet, with great courage, broke through unprecedented obstacles, and brought a powerful army of reinforcements that no one expected, but the world could not accept. And thus stabilized the war in Northland. Helped him in the end, reversed the cold wind. Rikaru Extet. When Thales heard this name, he could not help but think of the silver light in the boundless darkness between the mountains under Dragon Cloud City. This is the first time I've heard of it. The Iron Hand King nodded. Of course, the Northlanders of the later generations did not think that it was a glorious thing to rebel against the orthodoxy and associate with the ferocious-looking foreign species, King Kessel said flatly. Especially after the Battle of Eradication, the relationship between humans and orcs worsened again, and they became enemies. The Iron Hand King put down the bone ring in his hand and pushed it in front of Thales. And this is the token that Rikaru formed an alliance with the orcs in the past. Gertaxa, alliance. The king paused for a while. Thales picked up the bone ring, suppressing the doubts and shock in his heart, and slowly digested this strange piece of history. There are a total of 8 beast heads carved on it, representing the consensus of the 8 sacred chieftains of the orcs, the king said slowly. It is said that Rikaru followed the orcs' etiquette and single-handedly defeated all his opponents, thus gaining the orcs' respect and trust in exchange for their understanding and promise. Single-handedly. Thales turned the bone ring and looked at the obscure words around it. He remembered the orc duel he encountered in the desert and sighed. Alright, it's a legend. But why is it here? On the scepter of the King of Constellation? King Kessel raised his head. After the Battle of Eradication, the new nobles of Northland and the remnant citizens of the Empire had a conflict again, and Rikaru and Tormund I met each other with weapons. But the two kings eventually signed a truce based on their foresight, and let bygones be bygones. Thales remembered the library in Dragon Cloud City and came to a realization. This ring bears witness to the treaty established by the two kingdoms, and the oath made by Rikaru and Tormund, the king said in a low voice. In the end, the founding king of Extet gave it to the king of Renaissance as a sign of reconciliation and trust. So, Rikaru used this thing to exchange for Tormund's triumph? Oh, Thales' expression did not change. I see. Then why did you take it out? King Kessel stared at him quietly and did not answer. Thales reacted and could not help but laugh. This? Isn't that the Northlanders' oath method? He tossed the bone ring and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Barbaric and backward? In the next second, King Gertacosa was thrown into the air by Thales, but he was caught by the king. King Kessel stared at Thales solemnly. The atmosphere became heavy. This made the latter nervous. At an extremely slow speed, the king put on the covenant on his index finger and extended it towards Thales. Here and now, with Gertacosa as our witness, we swear an oath. His expression was solemn and did not seem to be joking. Thales' eyebrows twitched. You're really going to do it? Is he a drama queen or something? But the Iron Hand King stared at the teenager and enunciated each word clearly. You will help me push the kingdom forward, remove obstacles, and break the shackles. His gaze sharpened. For this, at all costs. Everything. At that moment, Thales could not bear the king's sharp gaze. So general? He could only turn his head away and joke to ease the atmosphere. There's no clause or anything. The Iron Hand King stared at him for a while before gently removing the bone ring. The oath is made by people, not by cold words. The oath is also connected to people. The king said softly. We have a tacit understanding in our hearts regarding the agreements we make, the promises we keep, and everything we have said before. There's no need for unnecessary words. Thales's eyebrows twitched. He chuckled unnaturally. Sounds like playing house. But the king did not want to play house. He pushed Gerdakosa in front of Thales. It's your turn. Seeing that the king was so serious, Thales had to pull himself together and pick up the simple but ferocious bone ring. All right. Thales did not think too much. He shook the ring on his hand. And you, put it on, King Kessel interrupted him, his gaze growing colder. Thales could not help but frown. But he still carefully turned the bone ring and put it on the index finger of his right hand. Unlike its ferocious and rough appearance, it felt smooth and warm to the touch. Thales gulped and aimed it at the king. All right. Here and now, with the covenant as our witness, we swear an oath. I will help you push the kingdom, Thales looked at the king and said seriously, and you will respect my wishes, listen to my opinion, and treat me sincerely without reservation. There will be no deceit. There will be no deceit. At this moment, the prince and the king looked into each other's eyes and felt the seriousness in each other's eyes. After a long silence, King Kessel nodded. Then, in the name of Kessel Mindy's Eddie Jade Star. I promise. He stared at Thales. Thales felt uncomfortable under his stare. He just wanted to get out of here. Then, in the name of Thales Theranjarana Kessel Jade Star, Thales coughed. I agree. Is it done? Damn it. Although wearing the ring was not uncomfortable, the prince did not feel good. It was like, he was bound by something. The king looked away, nodded, and said softly, then the agreement is set. Thales sneered and shook the bone ring on his hand. Then, the contract takes effect? At this moment, thud. Thales only felt a muffled sound explode in his ears. His eardrums hurt, and he subconsciously covered his ears with his hands. Then the agreement is set, is set, is set, the heavy and layered voice came from all directions. It echoed endlessly and shook the entire palace. But it was useless to cover his ears. This heavy and strange voice was pouring into his brain in an indescribable way, and he could not even tell what language it was. Those who betray this alliance, those who betray, those who, if he really had to describe the feeling, it was like thousands of blades were tearing at a piece of steel. Even the table and floor tiles under him were shaking incessantly. Deserted by all, F***ck. Thales only felt the world spin. He could not help but close his eyes, but he felt everything around him vibrating at a high frequency. He could not help but shout, what the hell? The sin of hell's river surged madly, but it did not have the slightest effect. The heavy and sharp voice continued, becoming shorter and more forceful, and clearly distinguishable. Blazing body, the words rose and fell, shaking people's hearts. Thales only felt his chest go numb. Soul breaks hell's river. Finally, the last syllable disappeared, and everything stopped. Thales leaned on the table, put down his hands that were covering his ears, and opened his eyes with trembling hands. He was already drenched in cold sweat without realizing it. Ballard Room was still quiet. The lights shone, and everything was as usual. Opposite him, King Kessel sat on the chair, similarly rubbing his forehead with a pained expression. Relax, this matches the records. Thales struggled to get up and quickly took off the bone ring. It rolled a few times and stopped on the table. The beast head opened its mouth ferociously, as if to swallow everything. What the hell, is this thing? Thales took a few deep breaths, still feeling a lingering fear. Magical power, right? The king exhaled and gradually returned to normal. This is the curse. Thales desperately rubbed his ears, but found that they no longer hurt, as if everything just now was an illusion that never happened. Curse? King Kessel nodded, and his expression became cold again. During the age of the Empire, some people said that they came from the depths of hell, from the source of hell's river, and that they were proof that demons were disrupting the human world. Some people said that they were just fabricated by charlatans, alarmist self-proofing prophecies, but self-deceiving. Others said that they came from the mysterious and terrifying unnamed ancient god, and lurked in the corner that the god of light missed when he created the world. Let's spread the word that, me reading app, is really not bad. It's worth installing. After all, you can read books in a cache and read them offline. But even the once knowledgeable wizards could not completely understand the secrets within. They could only classify it as the most secret and taboo part of magic, keep a respectful distance from it, and shelve it. The king cast a glance at Gertoxa before he looked at Thales quietly. His words were profound. His words were profound. This is the curse laid down by the ancient wise men of the Orc tribe. It is mysterious, difficult to break, and has lasted for a long time. Curse. Thales panted and wiped his sweat. Is it useful? What can it do? The Iron Hand King chuckled. Those orcs. He was silent for a while before he spoke. 700 years ago, the 8 orc tribes who were willing to help the humans fight against the calamity did not send their troops out of generosity and sympathy. Thales' expression froze. Rikaru promised them a land without snow and ice for them to live and reproduce after the war was won. King Kessel said slowly, that is the 8 great orc tribes under the dragon skeleton throne in the Great Desert today. Thales frowned. The Great Desert? He recalled his experience in the desert and his brief contact with the orcs. The 8 great orc tribes in the desert came about because of this? Thales immediately reacted. Wait, a land without snow and ice? The king stared at him quietly. Thales burst into laughter. So Rikaru played a word game? The land he promised before the war, but distributed to the orcs after the war, was not wanted at all. A barren desert? How should I put it, Rikaru, you damn, little smarty? Thales thought of Silver Shadowman in the belly of the mountains and did not know whether to laugh or cry. A word game? But the Iron Hand King snorted coldly, causing the lights in the room to tremble. He glanced at Thales lightly. Do you know how the King of Dragon Knights passed away? Thales' smile disappeared when he heard this. He had a bad feeling. He died of illness. Thales said cautiously, King Rikaru spent his entire life on the battlefield. He was plagued by illness and died young. His nephew, the Smiler Nuvan Walton, inherited Rikaru's position and title. He renamed Arund Castle to Dragon Cloud City to commemorate his uncle, the founding king of Extet. Speaking of this, Thales could not help but think of Rikaru's vow, and the centuries-old struggle between the king and the archdukes. But the Smiler and the 9 suzerains under Rikaru refused to accept each other, causing Extet to fall into a terrible division and turmoil. Until Black-Eyed John led his army on a northern expedition, forcing them to unite. The 10 archdukes signed Rikaru's vow to resist Constellation together. Yes. As King Kessel listened, he snorted softly. But that was the official story. Official story? Thales narrowed his eyes and waited for the rest of the story. In the kingdom's secret intelligence department, there is an extremely old top-secret intelligence sealed by Fatal Iris herself. The king said faintly, it recorded that one night after the establishment of Extet, countless people in Arund Castle woke up in shock. They heard the piercing wind, echoing through the vast sky. They also saw the blue flames covering the moon, melting all the snow on 1,000 peaks. Wild wind, vast sky, blue flames. As he listened to these unnatural phenomena, Thales, who had experienced it before, asked in surprise, what? You mean? King Kessel was silent for a while before nodding faintly. Exactly. That mythical dragon, the so-called Queen of the Sky, who was said by the people to be the spouse of the King of Dragon Knights, descended on the cliff of the sky that night. In the narrow and dark Ballard room, the Iron Hand King spoke in a low voice. It sent down merciless flames, the successful and respected human hero, the king of dragon knights, Wuxia Xianxia I. Alive, burned to ashes. As soon as he finished speaking, the lights dimmed. What? Thales cried out in shock. He turned his gaze to the table and fixed it on the grayish-white and ferocious bone ring. What the hell? The statue that stood at the highest point of Dragon Cloud City. The hero that the Northlanders were most proud of. The founding monarch of Extet. The silver shadow under the mountains. The king of dragon knights. Wuxia Xianxia. His fate. He was, by his own, or by the wife that was rumored by the world, by the queen of the sky, Thales' mind went blank. He could not understand the logic behind this truth. As I said, the one who made the oath is a person, not a cold language. Cheating and playing with words are just petty tricks. The king said slowly, fearfully and solemnly. Playing tricks, playing with words, Thales' gaze froze. Wait. Wuxia's promise, the orcs, the land without snow and ice, the great desert. So, what happened just now was, the one who betrayed this alliance. The betrayal of those close to him. Recalling the demonic voice he heard just now, Thales was stunned. Gertakiza has his own judgment on what kind of agreement is made, what kind of promise is kept, what kind of betrayal is, and what kind of abandonment is. Opposite him, King Kessel also stared at the bone ring. His eyes flickered. It will, when necessary, in its own way, respond. Respond. Under the mountains, the laughing silver shadow flashed before Thales' eyes for the last time. It was replaced by that demonic voice. Burning body. Soul breaks hell's river. Chapter 631. In the future, I'll probably publish the chapters like this. On one hand, I'll avoid using the chapter table of contents of the main novel, and on the other hand, I'll avoid people saying that I'm using the word count of the foreign chapters to swindle money. After finishing these two transitional chapters, it's the same as changing my mood and adjusting my writing state. Tomorrow, I'll go back to writing Thales' main novel. Kingdom Bloodlines chapter on 4 and 8 currently typing, please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to obtain the latest update. Chapter 632. According to the Brief History of Dark Star, in year 679 of the calendar of eradication, the Iron Hand King's second son and heir, Thales Jade Star, who was also known as the North Star, escaped from his dangerous life as a hostage through complicated political mediation. He was courteously escorted out of the country by the Northland dukes and returned to Constellation. He was then conferred the title of Duke of Star Lake Fort. There is also a saying that the Northlanders did not want to let the prince leave. After the prince fought his way out, he managed to escape in a sorry state. However, he was separated from his followers and had no choice but to cross the great desert alone. Then, he returned to his country with the help of the Orc tribe. However, the source of this saying is the folk bardic poems and tribal ballads circulating around the independent state of Caligri and Blade Fong City. It is more like a literary interpretation by poets who are filled with passion and fantasy. There is no logic in this saying, and there is also a lack of evidence. On the 2nd of November of the same year, it was recorded that Duke Thales attended the Imperial Conference for the first time and officially participated in the kingdom's politics. This meeting was of great importance, mainly to solve two thorny problems. First, there was a vicious incident that offended the royal family. A Western Desert squire, who was in debt and had nowhere to go, barged into Mindy's hall. It could be said that he was invited in by someone with ulterior motives. At that time, the North Pole Star was having a banquet. In front of all the high officials and nobles, the former pulled out his sword and threatened the guests, accusing the royal family of harming a foreign minister of the Western Desert. Although the uninvited guest in Western Desert was eventually killed by Duke Thales, His Highness' bravery is not inferior to the kingdom's wrath. Count Godwin, who was present at the scene, lamented to his sons after the incident. However, this incident disgraced the royal family, and shocked the court and the public. Rumors flew everywhere. The second was an even worse political incident. A few months ago, the greedy Western Desert vassals led by Viscount Lugo of War's Rest Fortress, now floating Sand City's 4 Points area, did not hesitate to spread rumors and slander in order to monopolize the trade route in the desert. They forced away Marshal Williams, who was known as the legendary Wing and represented the royal family to protect Blade Fang's camp, now Blade Fang City's 4 Points area. Just a month later, the feudal vassals of Western Desert who had lost the support of their regular army and had their military discipline lax were attacked by the Barren Bone people and orcs, or desert bandits who disguised themselves as their own people and sneaked into the camp. They almost lost Blade Fang's dune, and Viscount Lugo and his 2 sons were killed on the spot. Fortunately, Marshal Williams was stationed not far away and led his troops back in time. Although he despised the conduct of the nobles in the western wilderness, he still disregarded the former enmity and helped his allies. He held the front line and repelled the foreign enemies, so that the border would not be lost. Of the 2 incidents, one was more shocking than the other. Let's not talk about the fact that they strangely happened at the same time. There was no doubt that the arrogant and despotic attitude of the suzerains of Western Desert had given the Jade Star royal family a heavy blow as a congratulatory gift for the reunion of the father and son. Meanwhile, the entire kingdom was waiting for Renaissance Palace's reaction. It was said that the imperial conference lasted from morning to late at night and lasted for a whole day. During the conference, the imperial ministers had serious disagreements. Military advisor Sada Ryder believed that the 2 incidents were proof that the feudal vassals of Western Desert were incompetent and disdainful of the royal family. He suggested that the Iron Hand King take a strong stance and appoint Marshal Williams, whose biography can be found in Dr. Thales Daniel Doyle's Records of the Famous Ministers and Generals at the End of the Century, as the royal envoy. He was to send troops to the ruins, now the Duke's district of Floating Sand City, to hold the Western Desert vassals led by Duke Fakenhas accountable. The implication was that he would not hesitate to go to war to establish his authority as a warning to others. Those who shared the same opinion as him included the Minister of Commerce and the Faith Advisor. On the other hand, Prime Minister Duke Bob Cullen was more willing to believe that the 2 incidents were accidents and was worried about the possible consequences of such a move. The Chief of Finance, Kirkirk Mann, lacked confidence in the budget for the expedition, and the Minister of Agriculture did not want the military to affect production. All 3 firmly opposed the military advisor's radical opinion. Strangely, this time, the king's party, the well-respected cunning fox Casso, who had always supported the king in attacking the local vassals, was also on their side. As one of the parties involved, the young Duke Thales wanted to perform well in the conference. But he soon realized that the ministers, including his teacher Count Casso, did not care about this young lad who had been imprisoned in the north for 6 years and was attending the imperial conference with the nominal title of Duke of Star Lake. Seeing that his words carried little weight, the Duke of Star Lake was extremely disappointed. He left his seat midway and left the palace. The imperial conference continued. The ministers, who had been split into 2 factions, insisted on their own views and quarreled fiercely. Kessel V was distraught. "I can tell you that the king is not happy, very, 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 very unhappy." Lord Croppen, the then Minister of Agriculture, wrote in a private letter, and even had to interrupt the conference several times. Duke Thales returned to Renaissance Palace at dusk. This time, he brought a sword with him. At first, no one understood the Duke's intentions. Even the royal guards who guarded the palace were frightened. The Duke returned in the night with a sword. The guards were shocked. But this time, the North Star at least attracted the attention of the ministers and made them listen to him patiently. Military advisor Sauter commented, "His solemn look reminds me of Prince Horace." The historians of the later generations did not know what happened during that period, but many believe that it was with the Fakenhas family's heirloom sword that the prince proved his influence in the western desert. He succeeded in persuading the king and his ministers to allow him to deal with the crisis in a more ingenious way than sending his army to the west. Renaissance Palace quickly sent to the ruins a letter written by Duke Thales himself, a letter to Cyril, now in the Mary Hicks University Museum. One page of the original is missing. The Duke of Star Lake's wording in this letter was sincere and neither servile nor overbearing. He recalled his friendship with a few of his old friends in the Western Desert, mentioned the royal family standing army in the Western Desert, which provided important evidence for scholars who studied constellations' military and foreign policy toward the Great Desert, and especially thanked Duke Cyril Fakenhas for giving him the sword. The only thing he did not mention was Blade Fang's camp and the accident at the banquet. Scholars of later generations interpreted the letter in many ways. Most of them believed that Duke Thales had carefully chosen his words and content. Every word, including the weight of rhetoric, was deliberately polished information. He had hidden a needle in a velvet. On one hand, he was friendly, on the other, he was threatening. On the other hand, he had analyzed the situation in Western Desert in a clear and unique manner. Most importantly, he had left his intentions blank. It's impossible for Duke Cyril not to know the seriousness of those two matters. He must have been prepared to bargain. But the more the Duke of Star Lake refrained from mentioning them, the more uneasy, nervous, and fearful he became. Even though the words were not written on the paper, they were loud and clear. This is the highest realm of diplomacy. Dr. T. D. Doyle, Research on the Changes of the Feudal System in the Western Desert of the Old Kingdom. In any case, the letter was effective. Baron Fakenhas, the palace advisor of Floating Sand Palace, said that the Duke of Western Desert thought for a long time after reading the letter. Soon, under his lead, the arrogant Western Desert suzerains bowed their heads and admitted their mistakes. Not only did they admit that their governance was poor, but they also apologized for the accident at Blade Fang's camp and the injustice suffered by Marshal Williams. They even took the initiative to request Renaissance Palace to send their troops to Western Desert, completely bowing down to Kessel V's royal authority. The successful handling of the Western Desert crisis without conflict or bloodshed greatly increased Thales Jadestar's political status, allowing him to have a stable position in the Imperial Conference. If Duke Thales' reputation before this, due to his intelligent performance at the National Conference and his experience as a hostage in Northland, was only limited to the pitiful little prince, in the mouths of the commoners, then after this incident, from the nobles to the officials, from the vassals to the suzerains, the entire kingdom had the impression that the Duke of Star Lake can only take on great responsibilities because of his political skills. The king's heir was highly regarded by the people. This objectively strengthened the Jade Star royal family's rule, which was not very stable. Some scholars believed that it had a stable foundation, but was oppressive and forceful, causing the restless enemies to put away their unnecessary ambitions. But history was not that simple. In fact, the strong rise of the Duke of Star Lake caused many people to be dissatisfied, including many of the important figures in the Imperial Conference during the Western Desert Crisis. They had been working hard for many years, wholeheartedly supporting the country, but in the end, they were not as good as a teenager who had been imprisoned in the north for many years. This made them feel ashamed. Moreover, with this precedent, the Duke of Star Lake could actually overstep his bounds and meddle in the affairs of the Imperial Conference by privately reporting to the king. This directly affected the king's party's authority and status in front of the king. I can't reveal the details, but I can tell you that the moment the prince walked through the door, none of us even dared to breathe, Kirkuk Man, who was then the chief of finance, once said. More importantly, most of the king's party came from the new nobles. They believed that the Duke of Star Lake stood with the old suzerains in many matters, such as land and tax policies, which fundamentally harmed their interests. And this was not out of thin air. The gentle and effective handling of the Western Desert Crisis had indeed won the hearts of many local suzerains. Many people began to bring their disputes and problems, which the king would not have understood in the past, to Mindy's Hall, where the Duke was, and hoped to get a similarly satisfactory solution. Reality did not disappoint them. Duke Thales was good at politics and could always take care of many things. He withstood the great pressure from the king and the imperial conference, and he was also very charismatic, gently appeasing the many dissatisfaction of the local suzerains. Therefore, the Duke of Star Lake's reputation grew day by day. Mindy's Hall soon became a place that foreign suzerains had to pass by when they visited the capital. One of the protagonists of the Western Desert Crisis, Count Louis Bosdorf of Brave Souls Fort, even sent his heir to the Duke of Star Lake, hoping that he would follow the Duke and learn something. At that time, a country knight who had property and came to the city to handle some affairs said to a friend of his whose family business was in trouble, "Don't worry, there is nothing in this world that cannot be solved. If there is, then go to Renaissance Palace. If there is, then go there twice. If that doesn't work, then go to Mindy's Hall." Later generations did not know how the North Star considered it, whether his actions were really out of sympathy for the local suzerains, or if he was just fishing for fame with wild ambitions. But no matter what, the Duke of Star Lake's actions not only earned him fame, but also made him feared by others, until these fears converged into a stream, turned into slander and suspicion, and surged to the highest place in Renaissance Palace, Kessel V. Later historical evaluations did not lack discussions and criticisms of the Iron Hand King's personality. They believed that the king's cold, indifferent, and stubborn character was the main reason that prevented him from maintaining a good relationship with his son. If Kessel V could not be so rough, unyielding, and suspicious, and could instead be open and sincere with the Duke of Star Lake and understand each other, then during the time of the kingdom's transformation, many of the ruling conflicts between the central and local regions, including the previously mentioned Western Desert Crisis, and the subsequent turbulence of the Iris family, might have been easily solved by the father and son's concerted efforts. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in history. Since the spring of 680, sinister rumors such as, "Two stars rule the kingdom, small things are big things," appeared in constellation. Some illegal underground gambling dens even introduced bets on, how long can the king live. According to historical records, in the summer of 680 in the calendar of eradication, due to a combination of various factors, Duke Thales, who had reached the age of 15, was ruthlessly exiled from Eternal Star City by Kessel V. After a frightening day, the prince's Mindy's Hall was finally unlocked, and the Star Lake guards were also freed from custody. At least Thales had a place to go home and sleep. Even though Renaissance Palace tried its best to suppress the rumors of the Duke of Star Lake breaking into the palace at night and breaking off relations with the king and his son still inevitably spread throughout the capital. The remaining members of the Star Lake Guards were both shocked and puzzled about what happened to the prince in Renaissance Palace that day, especially after the flag-bearer division interrogated them for 6 hours and retreated in a hurry. The rumors they heard from various places were extremely chaotic. Hence, Doyle, Glover, and the others, who had once followed His Highness through all sorts of dangerous situations, suddenly became popular. They were sought after and asked about by people everywhere. Those who understand, of course they understand. As for the others, sorry, I have to keep the prince's secret. Doyle, who was rubbing his buttocks with a humiliated look on his face. Other than Jenny, who could not speak in the stable, even the newcomer, Ralph, was passed a note by someone. But as the rumors spread, the winds changed very quickly. One night, Mindy's Hall was filled with people celebrating peace and prosperity, but the next day, it became a forbidden area that no one in Eternal Star City dared to approach. On the third day, the guards and patrols who were always diligently on duty nearby and even enthusiastically took on the responsibility of transporting goods had all left. Mallows had no choice but to send some of the guards who were free. Doyle was indignant about this, and the servants out to purchase supplies every week to support their livelihood. But even many of the servants in Mindy's Hall had broken their contracts and resigned due to various reasons. The avenue outside the manor was originally bustling with activity every day, and the place where everyone craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the prince, was now deserted. The next day, Gines, who had rushed back from outside the city, learned of what had happened outside Ballard. She rushed to Mindy's hall and flew into a rage. She thought that Thales' actions were reckless, impulsive, and self-righteous. He was no different from his foolish father. Hearing this, Mallows hastily dismissed everyone. "We just had a breakdown in our discussion." Thales could only smile as he stroked his new ring, and let Mallows send someone. Doyle was indignant about this, to send away the disappointed and incredulous Gines. "You can deceive other people, but you can't deceive me." When the female official left, her expression was furious. Thales could only cover his head and hide. "I will get to the bottom of this, no matter which coward I have to tear open." It was said that after that incident, the chief steward of Renaissance Palace, Baron Quinton, was on sick leave for 2 weeks. There was no news of Cohen after he returned home. That was until Commodore found out from his acquaintances in the police station that Director Lorbeck of Western City Police Station heard of Cohen's heroic deed. In his rage, he suspended Cohen to reflect on his actions. In the end, Cohen reminded the director in a low voice that he was already suspended. The director was so angry that he announced his reinstatement on the spot. While Cohen was beaming with joy, the director transferred the latter's position to the Highway Maintenance Department at Western City Gate. However, it did not last long, because Cohen used a broom to break the head of a foreign noble at the city gate. Hence, under the pleading and endless gratitude of his colleagues in the Highway Maintenance Department, he was suspended again by the director. The prince's lessons continued, but due to the heavy workload of government affairs, Gilbert resigned from his teaching duties. Thales was silent for a long time because of this, but Waya breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, a few teachers who worked in the Royal Cavalry Academy resigned as well. Baron Quinton had no choice but to put up advertisements throughout the city to recruit scholars, but there were still very few who responded. In the end, the highly respected scholar Bonner personally appeared and invited a few of his students from the academy to teach the prince. Thales did not know how the rumors outside had changed, but he did not care much about these things. He knew that all of this was destined to happen. And he had a more urgent task. Using the name of the Duke of Star Lake, Thales hastily wrote a letter. He did not even read it twice before he asked someone to send it to Renaissance Palace. He publicly sent it to Fakenhaz in the ruins. He caught that sword and did what he could. Now, it was Fakenhaz's turn. Lord Cyril's reaction did not disappoint him. Fakenhaz was the first to reply and admit his mistake. If it were not for Baron William's timely rescue, Western Desert would have almost lost the important city of the kingdom. For this reason, he requested the royal family to send more regular troops to the western front lines to guide the defense. He was willing to offer part of the taxes as military funds to defend the territory and make up for his mistake. No one knew what the Duke of Western Desert did, but within a month, Bosdorf of Brave Souls Fort, Chroma of Wing Fort, and many other Western Desert suzerains submitted letters of apology one after another. Not only to Renaissance Palace, but also to Blade Fang's camp, where Baron Williams was gradually expanding his military camp. Guests and gifts came in an endless stream. In response, King Kessel magnanimously replied, "I am comforted by your loyalty to the country. If you make a mistake, you should correct it. What crime is there? You should be diligent in the defense. The new army should depart as soon as possible." As for Blade Fang's camp, it was said that the legendary Wing tirelessly waved his hand and said, "Accept the gifts. Leave the people behind and lock them in prison in exchange for ransom." Along with Fakenhaz's letter, Lord Cyril also specifically gave Duke Thales a bundle of high-quality carriage rope. It was written, made with exquisite craftsmanship, excellent quality, durable, and has the strength to pull 1,000 caddies. According to Waya's attendant, His Highness liked that bundle of rope very much. He treasured it so much that he did not even allow them to store it in the storeroom. A few weeks later, the logistics division reported to Mallows that Mindy's Hall's fecal drain was blocked by a piece of tattered rope-like object. The watchman had no choice but to send someone, Doyle was indignant about this, to work hard for a whole hour to clear it. As for the debt dispute between Birrell and the Doyle family at the royal banquet, the resolution was quickly announced. With the full cooperation of Western Desert, the Nobility Affairs Chamber, the Department of Finance, and the Court of Justice jointly reiterated the case and ruled that the Doyle family had illegally lent money and occupied land. However, the Birrell family could not escape responsibility. The judge ordered both parties to bear their losses and reach a repayment ratio that was within each other's means. As for Anchor Birrell himself, who had committed treason and offended the royal family at the banquet, he was sent to the prison of Bones after being stripped of his inheritance rights and imprisoned for life. Thales could only attach a letter, asking for the Duke of Western Desert to the legendary wing to take care of him. He was very confident in the former, but he simply gave up on the latter, leaving only a sentence, for the sake of Ricky and the key. Thales originally thought that this was the end of the matter, but he had obviously underestimated the impact of the matter. Within a few weeks, Mindy's Hall became lively again. The guests were no longer people from near the Central Territory, but foreign vassals, officials, and even ordinary civilians who could afford the travel fees from all over the country. It was fine if they were tactful, at least they knew to ask for a notification or send an invitation first before waiting for a response. However, more people barged in a daze, with a heaviness as if the sky had collapsed, and in the midst of wrestling with the Star Lake guards, Doyle was indignant about this. They shouted at the window, "I have something to ask of you, Your Highness." In the beginning, Thales was still interested and insisted on meeting guests every day. He listened to stories ranging from squires and landlords, "My house encountered an old scoundrel while collecting rent," to a certain night, "Your Highness, I want to report my next-door neighbor as a mountain bandit, I need an army," and even to, "Your Highness, do you want this portrait of my daughter?" or, "A boss owes us wages," which allowed him to learn a lot about the customs of various parts of Constellation. However, gradually, more and more people came to visit the Duke of Star Lake from other places. Thales found himself completely overwhelmed, and could only rely on Mallows to receive and screen guests in advance on his behalf. Doyle was indignant about this. Most of the guests only left records, and only those with important matters were received. Sure enough, not everyone could pull off little playboy Zayn's amiable and approachable act. In the face of these various guests, Thales only needed to listen to them with a smile. At most, he would ask Mallows to reply with a letter full of encouraging words, which he only needed to sign and seal to complete the Duke's acknowledgement, and some small gifts. Usually, the other party would go back satisfied. However, some questions were really serious, and Thales needed to enter the palace again to face the king. Most of the time, it would be a "get lost" from him, to get an answer, even if it could not be solved. However, the truly troublesome ones were those who wanted to take the opportunity to defect and join the Duke's side. For such people, Mallows rejected them on the spot with the reasons of insufficient funds, or full personnel, but there were others that even Thales found hard to reject. "I am Paul Bosdorf, from the Black Lion family of Brave Souls Fort. I believe we have met before, everyone." The young noble in front of him had a bandage on his head, carried his own luggage, and bowed stiffly. This was Paul, who led the Black Lion infantry to escort Thales back to Eternal Star City from Blessings Town under his father's orders. He appeared in front of the prince again, and was as gloomy as ever. "My father wishes for me to join your guards and follow by your side. In fact, I can be your flag bearer." "Where is the flag he gave you?" Thales was troubled by the Count of Black Lion's obvious intention of sending his heir to him. "Oh, that flag," the prince said awkwardly. "By the way, what happened to your head?" "I'm sorry, a carriage wanted to overtake us, so I returned the favor in the old way. This is very common in Western Desert." Paul touched his broken head, and his expression did not change. Unfortunately, there was a street sweeper at the city gate who meddled in other people's business. Thales refused repeatedly, but he could only agree in resignation. Mallows found a place for Paul in Mindy's hall. Doyle volunteered, but Glover was eventually appointed as Paul's introducer. But even within Mindy's hall, there was still quite a lot of problems. Aside from the rumors spreading everywhere and the people panicking, which forced Mallows to call for a reprimand, the integration of Dragon Cloud City's former subordinates, those fake Northerners, Doyle's catchphrase, and Star Lake Guards, those city people, Willow's complaint, was not as smooth as Thales had imagined. Ralph's equipment and appearance clearly showed that he was not to be trifled with. A few days ago, he was mistaken by others for being arrogant and unwilling to talk, and he almost got into a fight with Jonvold. Jennad was a veteran, and he seemed to have an old grudge against Commodore. Willow was a village soldier from the Northern Territory who had been in Dragon Cloud City for a few years. He did not bother about trifles, and he always made the guards cast sidelong glances at him. Hence, to speed up the familiarity between the two parties, Mallows decided to start from sentry duty. He would disperse the people and regroup them, starting from Thales' personal guards. But this was a terrible idea. The combination of Doyle and Waya made Thales feel tired. On one hand, Doyle knew Waya's identity and deliberately spoke to him. His words were flattering and funny, but Waya was rigid, and he felt that he had to answer every question out of courtesy. As the two of them went back and forth, the scene they formed was called noisy. "So, Attendant Waya, you have been staying in Dragon Cloud City for the past 6 years, eating and sleeping with the prince, and never leaving his side?" "No, Your Excellency Doyle. I leave my post occasionally. Sometimes, it's for His Highness's missions, and sometimes, it's a normal holiday." "Oh, then do you go home often?" "Not much, Your Excellency Doyle. I've said it before, I'm not close to my father." "Oh, sigh, is it because we young people don't like to be close to our parents?" "I believe not. I have friends who are on good terms with their parents." "Sigh, I had a stepmother since I was young, but what about your mother?" "She passed away." "Sorry, I didn't mean it. It's okay, I understand." "Then, Count Casso never thought of remarrying?" Thales, who was concentrating hard on the exercises, could not take it anymore. He slammed the table angrily. "Can both of you shut up?" Waya and Doyle stood at attention in unison. "Yes, Your Highness." "I'm so sorry, Your Highness." So, the two of them lowered their voices and spoke with anger. "Shoo. So, Waya, who gave you this name?" His Highness told us not to talk. My mother gave it to me. She used the name of her younger brother who died young, I see. No wonder it sounds so nice. Hey, are you an only child? I think it's better if we don't talk. Yes, my mother wanted to have a second child when she was alive. Thales was so angry that he fainted in his book. Glover was not good with words, and Ralph could not speak at all. They should be a very quiet and comfortable team. But the two of them, who were born on the streets, had a problem. They stood behind Thales, one on the left and the other on the right. There would always be times when they accidentally met each other's eyes. At this time, neither of them would show any weakness. So, one's gaze would become solemn and deep, while the other's gaze would become cold and sharp. Then, one's gaze would become even deeper and more solemn, while the other's gaze would become even sharper and colder. One side would retaliate even more fiercely, while the other side would not back down an inch. As time passed, the two of them stared at each other silently. Unknowingly, the air grew murderous and cold. The atmosphere was ominous and heavy. Every time Thales snapped out of his daze and lifted his head from his book, he felt that he was between two mystic guns. Even breathing was difficult. It was as if he was in a funeral. "Can you stop glaring at each other?" The zombie and the phantom wind follower snorted coldly and looked away. The air returned to normal. Until they, inevitably, stared at each other again. Thales, who was protected by them, felt hopeless. When Waya and Glover were by Thales's side, it was a different situation. The attendant regarded himself as the prince's most important confidant. When he wanted to show goodwill to Glover, he would always nod at him in a friendly manner when the two of them accidentally looked into each other's eyes. In the face of the enthusiastic but unsociable zombie, the latter would often jerk his chin back awkwardly and turn his head to look elsewhere. This made Waya momentarily stunned. He thought that he had done something wrong, so he put on a smile the next time. Glover was even more at a loss. He twitched the corners of his mouth stiffly and turned his head to avoid the gaze. If Waya thought that this was a positive response from the other party, he would be encouraged to continue smiling. If he thought that the other party's response was not good, he would reflect on himself and be more friendly and enthusiastic the next time. Glover felt even more awkward, but he did not want to speak. Thales often saw this scene from the corner of his eye. On the left, Waya sometimes smiled and sometimes nodded. After getting a response, he was sometimes disappointed and depressed, and sometimes full of confidence. He always tried hard to make eye contact with the other party. On the right, Glover, who was on guard duty, curled into a ball as much as he could with the least amount of limbs. He twisted helplessly and painfully, avoided eye contact, and forced a smile. He was like a helpless baby who had his face poked repeatedly. Enough. Thales gritted his teeth and slammed the table again. If you want to flirt, go to the bedroom next door. The combination of Doyle and Ralph on guard duty was indescribable. Doyle had a cheerful personality and was overly familiar with people. As usual, he tried hard to talk to Ralph, but he knew that the Phantom Wind follower could not speak, so he carefully memorized the interesting hand gestures between the latter and the prince. When he was on guard duty beside the prince, he would occasionally reveal a mysterious smile and suddenly throw a hand gesture that he himself did not understand. Eat. Ralph rolled his eyes and turned his head to ignore him. Doyle vaguely knew what he did wrong, but he was not discouraged. He could only become more courageous. He made the next hand gesture and even raised his eyebrows, indicating that he was right. You? But? Ralph was a little angry, but he knew this person's personality, so he tried his best to ignore him. Doyle blinked and began to form different hand gestures. Do? Toilet? Eat? Ralph subconsciously gritted his teeth and gave him a murderous look. But Doyle was encouraged and became even more excited. You? Toilet? Eat? Ralph's gaze was so cold that it almost froze Mindy's hull. Doyle felt that he was on the right track. Like, toilet? Ralph's anger almost spilled out of his mask. Doyle was even more surprised. Like, do? Ralph clenched his fists tightly until Doyle made the last few hand gestures in high spirits. Like? Do? You? In the next second, Thales, who was engrossed in his book, felt a gust of wind blow past, followed by a series of crackling explosions. The Phantom Wind follower and Doyle were entangled in a ball until Bastia or Ness, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, separated them. Thales, who was watching from the side, felt his heart grow heavy. In a daze, he picked up the pages on the floor. His life in Mindy's hall was constantly alternating between stagnant water, deep depression, and chaos. It depended on what problems he encountered that day, but there was basically no middle point. In short, for a period of time after he made the agreement with the king, rumors flew everywhere outside. The forces of power in Eternal Star City also took sides, and the Duke of Star Lake obtained a rare freedom. He no longer had to listen to orders from a higher authority, no longer had to be supported by a great army wherever he went, and no longer had to adhere to rigid rules and dogma at all times. But every time Thales looked at the sunset outside the window, he knew that everything in front of him had a price. The matter in Western Desert had come to an end, but the kingdom would not stop moving forward. Thales lowered his head and looked at the covenant in his hand. The kingdom would not forget him, and Renaissance Palace would not either. He was the sword and pawn of the king. He was being swung around and moved again, it was only a matter of time. But before that, we're out of money. Thales turned around elegantly and was immediately shocked. What? The indifferent Mallows and the logistics officer, Durward Stone, stood in front of him with a constipated look on his face. You heard what I said. Renaissance Palace was responsible for all our expenses before this. We only needed to hand over the account books to Baron Quinton at the end of the month, Mallows said woodenly, but now, Logistics Officer Stone raised the account books awkwardly. Thales snapped out of his daze. Oh, right, we are responsible for our own profits and losses. According to the conditions he negotiated with the king, this was one of the signs that Mindy's Hall and Renaissance Palace did not get along well. It was also the condition for his independence. Wait, don't we have other sources of income? Logistics Officer Stone looked pained as he explained in detail to the Duke, who had never done any work and did not know how expensive food and daily necessities were. Yes, we have the salary of the royal guards, and you also have the living allowance of the Prince of Constellation according to the rules, but, not enough. Mallows was expressionless and went straight to the point. First of all, you've done so many things over the past few months. Just the tea fee for the reception alone is already. And because Mindy's Hall's relationship with many departments in the city, including the market officials, we have a lot more expenses for no reason. Oh, the heaviest one is the banquet, wine glasses. Thales, who had nothing to live for, helped him finish his sentence, in his heart. And we're still repaying the debt in installments, a total of. Forget it, you're already troubled enough. Stone calculated in detail. After we took responsibility for our own profits and losses, we could not directly purchase from Renaissance Palace's channels. Our expenses have increased by quite a lot. You know, the prices in Eternal Star City. Thales knew the prices in Morning Star region and Twilight region. He nodded woodenly. Eternal Star residence is not easy. So, a thought came to him. Wait, I heard from Doyle that there are many rare treasures in Mindy's Hall, such as famous paintings. Mallows frowned and looked at the portrait of Jackal Sumer III behind him. Even if you dare to sell it, who dares to buy it? Thales' expression became gloomy again. Then, perhaps we can open up the first level of Mindy's Hall for everyone to visit, and then we can charge 2 silver coins per person for admission? Where did you get this lousy idea from? Hee, I read it from a book. What do you think? Which book? Maybe I should report it to the disciplinary hall, in Dragon Cloud City, a Northlander's book. It tells the story of a large family living in a manor. About that, Stone said tentatively. In fact, quite a number of your guests these days, the ones with extraordinary statuses, are interested in investing in you, including, no, Thales and Mallows said in unison at that moment, surprisingly in unison. The prince and the watchman looked at each other. It seemed that he and the other party both knew what they could do and what they couldn't. In truth, even though Thales had committed such a rebellious act that could even be said to shock the world and caused rumors to spread everywhere in the outside world, Mallows' reaction was still mediocre. He did not ask a single question and continued to work in silence. He even went back to reorganize the Star Lake Guards who had just suffered a calamity and lost their morale. Then, he continued to oversee the daily activities in Mindy's Hall. It was as if Thales had just gone to Renaissance Palace for a stroll. He was indifferent and numb as usual. This made Thales very grateful to him. It would be better if he did not treat my orders with this attitude. Then, perhaps you can talk to His Majesty and have Baron Quinton transfer our expenditure to. No, Thales refused decisively, even more resolute than before. All right. Stone sighed and closed the account book. Then, there's only one way left. Thales and Mallows turned their heads at the same time and listened attentively. We can't stay in Eternal Star City anymore. The price is here, we've even taken the guard's salary for next month in advance. Don't stay in Eternal Star City anymore. Away from Renaissance Palace, away from the king, away from annoying people and things. That's good, but, Thales raised his eyebrows. Where to? To your fief, of course, Stone said sternly. According to the sacred treaty of constellation, Your Grace, you can exercise your natural rights on your fief, to collect taxes and rent. Fief? I have fief that I can collect taxes on. Thales was amused. Where? D's pocket money? Mallows coughed. Of course. Don't forget, you are the Duke of Star Lake. Duke of Star Lake. Thales was puzzled. He was a little surprised. Isn't this an empty title? The kind that gives us courage to put up a front? And your fief is at, the watchman nodded solemnly and pointed at a castle by the lake in a landscape painting on the wall. Star Lake Castle. In case anyone did not know, it was better to say the usual place. End of this chapter. Chapter 633. Thales realized that he had underestimated the high wall of power. After he privately hinted to Mallows and Stone to send someone to study the plan to move to Star Lake Castle, in less than a week, the news of the Duke of Star Lake moving out of the capital spread like wildfire and through the streets and alleys of Eternal Star City. It's not good. Even the brothels in Red Street Market are saying that the prince is tired of the ladies in the capital and is going to practice his spear elsewhere. I don't know how they found out, and don't ask me how I found out, Glover, who had returned from his vacation, reported to the prince solemnly. At the same time, he glared at Wuxia, who was hesitating to speak. Star Lake Guard's first-class penal officer, Old Patterson, was fuming with rage. He brought 2 subordinates and the Phantom Wind follower, Ralph. He looks strange and vicious, Your Highness. He's very suitable for this job. Of course, the most important thing is that I can point at him and say to everyone, look, this is what happens when you talk too much. Patterson said through gritted teeth, and with a whip in hand, he went around Mindy's hall to catch moles, vowing to find out who leaked the secret. That's definitely not me. Doyle, who had returned from home with much difficulty while dragging his ridiculously large and small luggage, was caught red-handed by the mole-catching team at the main entrance. The setting sun can prove that I didn't mention our move to anyone. What? You mean these luggage? Hee, my parents forced it on me. I can't do anything about it. Look, even the winter clothes were stuffed in. So annoying. Hey! Mute. Don't touch my lucky teddy. It's a must-have at the head of my bed. Everyone in Mindy's hall was in a state of panic until Mallows appeared and reminded the old penal officer gently and tactfully, the prince's move is a big deal. The prince's move was such a big thing. Even if it was just a preliminary research, there would definitely be a lot of disturbances. In addition to Mindy's hall's deteriorating financial situation, I think we need to hire more people, cooks, gardeners, coachmen, and maids. What? Wine glasses? What does this have to do with wine glasses? Forget it, I'll just ask His Highness. As long as everyone in Mindy's hall still had family and friends, it was inevitable that the news would be leaked. As for why Duke Thales left the capital city, the rumors on the street spread in an orderly fashion. They ranged from the legend of the past dukes of Mindy's hall being haunted to the legend of the rebellious prince running away from his marriage, and even the legend of Star Lake Castle hiding a mistress. There were many versions of this story. The main dispute was over the identity and number of the female protagonists, and even their gender. This was because Mindy's hall did not have the money to recruit female servants after the prince returned. Interestingly, the people were dismissive of the saying that the prince was bankrupt. Once it was mentioned, the crowd would roar with laughter. Do you know how much the treasures in Mindy's hall alone are worth? Even the prince's underwear is made of gold. Is there a need for you to worry? The rumors were so chaotic that Prime Minister Cullen couldn't help but ask about it at the Imperial Conference one day. It was inconvenient for Thales to answer directly, so he cleverly diverted his fire and took the opportunity to probe the possibility of saving Mindy's Hall's finances. "Father, what do you think?" At that time, the wise King Kessel was reading Jade City's port tax report and listening to Chief Kirkirk's grievous complaints. "As the dignified chief of finance, I only receive a salary of 5 silver coins per month. Have I ever cared about money? But this group of profiteers and corrupt officials of the South Coast, who have benefited from your Majesty's wise grace to earn so much, are so selfish that they even want to haggle over this small tax." His brows were tightly furrowed and his mind was preoccupied. Hearing that, he just waved his hand in disdain. "Get lost." He approved. After coming out of Renaissance Palace, faced with Mallow's suspicious gaze and Stone's expectant expression, "His Majesty can't let you starve to death, right?" Duke Thales smiled brightly. Duke Thales smiled brilliantly. He appeared to be confident, steady, and composed. His Majesty has given high praise to Mindy's Hall's long-term and fruitful work. He is full of confidence and expectations, and sincerely encourages us to be unique, to keep pace with the times, to be independent, to create new sources of income, to pursue excellence, and to explore the future. Bang! Mallows slammed the table expressionlessly, the main point. The Duke's smile instantly collapsed. No money. So, after another 2 days, the direction of the rumors on the streets of the capital changed. In order to resist the marriage arranged by his father, there were also bets on who the female lead would be. It is worth mentioning that although the odds were so high that it was impossible, the prince's old friend, the heir of Walla Hill, Cohen Caribbean, did appear at the bottom of the odds list, behind a group of socialites and noblewomen. Duke Thales did not hesitate to disregard his manners to protest. This caused the king to fly into a rage. During the Imperial Conference, he slapped the heir hard in front of all the ministers and ordered him to get out of the capital immediately. "No one has slapped me." On the training field, faced with the worried Waya and the plate full of skin care and beauty tonic, Thales was flustered and exasperated. "I'm fine, my face is fine too." "No, why should I let you see my fart? Other parts of my body are fine too." "Oh sunset goddess, I really didn't rebel when I entered the palace this time. Why won't you believe me?" Under the influence of many factors, mainly the increasingly shocking numbers on the account book, Thales gave up on keeping a low profile and stopped hiding. He began to let Mallows openly check the inventory, sent Stone as a logistics officer to liaise with the chief of Renaissance Palace, asked for the account book and map of Star Lake Fort from the Nobility Affairs Council, instructed the Jade Star Private Army to stay behind, communicated with the police station about the time to leave, and had the others, Doyle was indignant about this, purchase sufficient supplies. At the same time, he shut his door and refused to leave. "Is this really fine? Won't the rumors get worse?" Waya frowned. "Trust me." On the training field, the prince drew his bow and arrow with gritted teeth, aiming at Mallows but in the distance. "The prince's but is very popular." Waya was stunned. But fortunately, the rumors only circulated for a few days before they all changed. Rumor had it that Duke Thales overstepped his bounds during an imperial conference. The king was furious and cut off Mindy's Hall's financial resources as punishment. The Duke of Star Lake had to leave the capital to find his own way out. Well, at least part of it was true. The rumor among the vassals and bureaucrats was that the Duke of Star Lake's political stance was too moderate when it came to taxes. He even sympathized with the feudal vassals who were far away. This offended the king's party that had been in power for a long time. The latter repeatedly slandered the king during the imperial conference and finally moved the king, forcing the duke to stay away from the center of politics. This is not entirely wrong. Therefore, on a weekday morning, when the sky was just beginning to light up, the main gate of Mindy's Hall silently opened. The fleet of carriages belonging to the Duke of Star Lake slowly drove out toward Star Lake Castle near the royal family's hunting forest in the suburbs. Are you sure everyone is fine with this? After all, we are leaving the city and going to the countryside. Thales yawned loudly and leaned against the window with a sleepy face. He watched Logistics Officer Praka complete the final handover with the private soldiers and servants who stayed behind. They are the royal guards, not strategists. Mallows rode beside the carriage. The driver was originally Glover, but Thales rejected it verbally. He frowned as he flipped through the account book handed to him by the logistics division. It's not their job to express opinions. Damn it, why did we overspend last month again? What's up with so many skincare products? On the other side of the carriage, Wyatt quietly turned his head and started a lively conversation with Ralph. In the silence of the morning, their carriage caught up with the earliest opening of the city gate. They passed through the Philosopher's Gate on the south side of the capital, passed through a few markets and villages outside the city, crossed Shepherd's Ferry, and drove onto the southern section of Renaissance Avenue, which had been greatly rebuilt during the reign of Thorn-Cutter, Tormund III. The south side of the capital was obviously more prosperous than the north side. Along the way, there were peddlers and hired workers who had woken up early to enter the city, farmers and craftsmen who were preparing to go to the market, postal carriages going back and forth, and even foreign travelers. They were either transporting goods in carriages or walking on foot from various towns near Eternal Star City. They were in groups of 3 to 5 and were bustling with activity. From time to time, they would comment on the carriages that passed by them. Ah, I recognize this carriage. It should be this season's patrolling court. They are the judges who are patrolling and adjudicating cases on behalf of the king. Forget it. They don't even have a flag. They must be some noble's illegitimate son, the kind who is overflowing with wealth but can't afford to make it public. Look at the imposing manner of this carriage. TSK, so awesome. Men should be like this. Tisk, he's just a bastard with a good life. If I was born there, I could replace him too. It was the end of summer. The vegetation around the avenue was lush and verdant. The Duke's carriage turned off the avenue. There were fewer travelers, and trees grew, shading the sun. Birds and beasts flew away in fright. The surroundings were full of life, and the atmosphere gradually became more wild. They had entered the territory of the royal family's hunting forest. F***CK, I swear that's a bear. Doyle cried out in surprise. For a moment, the entire team was extremely nervous. Zombie, draw your sword. Don't be so paranoid, the veteran Jennett shouted at them to stop. He shook his head. I saw it clearly. It's just a stray cat. According to Mallows, the royal family's hunting forest, which had been delineated since the Black Eye era, had always been a good place for the royal family to go on leisure trips and entertain guests. Before the Bloody Year, the late King Adi had led a group of ministers to hunt there more than once. The two princes, Horace and Herman, especially liked to call their friends and gallop on their horses. During the Bloody Year, Eternal Star City was threatened by both the rebel army and Extet. They had no choice but to close the city. Hence, the entire central territory was filled with bandits, and the surrounding villages and towns, as well as many nobles' fiefdoms, were almost destroyed. The hunting forest also became an ownerless wasteland. It was not until the Fortress Treaty was signed that the kingdom's wrath returned with the Fury Guards. They reorganized the Central Standing Army and wiped out the remnants of the rebel army and bandits around the capital. After the war, firstly, the national treasury was in dire straits, and secondly, the people's lives were in dire straits. Moreover, the Iron Hand King himself was not interested in hunting or feasting. The royal family's forest protectors who were responsible for guarding and maintaining the forest did not receive any rewards. The merchants and farmers did not have any profits to share either. Hence, they scattered and settled down nearby. Some became tenants in the farmlands, some were hired to work, and some joined the Jade Star private army. Conversely, they became a high-quality source of soldiers when the standing army was reorganized. The kingdom's Wrath's barren manor is down that road. Next to it is the barracks of the central standing army. For more than 10 years, he has almost turned the hunting forest into their exclusive training ground and exercise ground. Mallows stared at a small path in the forest that was obviously trampled out. His gaze was profound. But the good thing is that with the standing army here, no one dares to invade the nearby royal territory. Jenny, who was raised as a noble's warhorse from a young age, was extremely dissatisfied with such an environment. From time to time, she would break free from the person who was leading her, neighing as she chased after a deer or a badger that flashed past the depths of the forest, causing the team to be in a flurry. But always, after Thales tried his best to call out to her, she would return dejected and depressed, covered in marks from branches and plants. In the stable, she's the queen. No horse dares to fight with her, the veteran Jenid said cheerfully. But the birds and beasts here don't have such self-awareness. She's not very satisfied. They soon arrived under an iconic tree. The watchman said that this was the most popular campsite when the hunting forest was still flourishing. The thick and dense tree, which seemed to be very old and covered the sky, was called the Star Tree. There were many legendary stories about the Jade Star royal family. It was said that during the last years of the empire, the king of Renaissance, who was still an illegitimate child, once ignited his fighting spirit under this tree. He was determined to make a name for himself and get rid of the name of a bastard. There were also people who said that 500 years ago, the procrastinator, Prince Brad, suffered a coup and fled Eternal Star City in a panic with the 9-pointed star crown. He climbed this tree to escape from his cousin, the unfortunate one, Kira, who was chasing after him. He fled to Brave Soul's fort to recruit soldiers and buy horses, and thus began the bloody confrontation between the two stars. There were also legends about the great spirit Archduke, Khan Trentida, who invaded Constellation 400 years ago. It was said that he camped under this tree and was prepared to besiege Eternal Star City. However, in the middle of the night, he saw the King of Renaissance charging towards him with a spear in hand. The brutal and terrifying Great Spirit was startled awake from his dream. He was so frightened that he tore camp overnight and retreated. There were also people who said that 300 years ago, the jackal, Sumer III invited 5 guardian dukes to a hunting feast under this tree. 3 of them never walked out of the hunting forest. There was even a poem that said that 200 years ago, the conqueror of the north, Erica, who was still a princess, met a mysterious knight who was not recorded in the history books under this tree while she was hunting. That was how she became pregnant with the enemy of the wolves, Kira, whose biological father was unknown. However, even though D., who often came here to play when he was young, narrated the above story vividly, and even though he managed to stun the audience like Willow, Ralph, and Waya, the Duke of Star Lake only laughed it off. Thales originally thought that they would encounter such a dense forest along the way. However, after walking for a short while, the end of the road suddenly opened up. Amidst the green forest, a blue lake came into view. It was as pure as a mirror, and it reflected the pure white clouds in the blue sky. It was dreamlike, and for a moment, people could not tell the difference between heaven and earth. With the beautiful scenery before them, everyone, including Thales, could not help but stop in their tracks. By the sunset goddess. Doyle looked at the blue lake excitedly. This is much more beautiful than the painting. Wait, the painting? Waya reacted, his face full of suspicion. Didn't you say that you often came here to play when you were young? It's not time yet. Let's continue forward. Mallows was in a rare good mood. He ignored the people behind him who were glaring at D. It's not too late to be amazed by it then. The Duke's convoy moved along the lake. The grass and trees became shorter, and the scenery before them became wider. Looking into the distance, the other end of the lake was a towering and precipitous mountain wall. Dozens of raging waterfalls hung on it, rushing out from between the rocks and straight into the lake, like a giant silver curtain falling from the sky. My God, I've read about this in a book. It said that practicing swordsmanship down there will yield twice the result with half the effort. The young vanguard in training, Ness, pointed at the wide waterfall excitedly. Does anyone want to surf? Don't believe those knights. If you rush down from there, even if you're alive, you probably won't be able to find that story. Second-class protector officer, Hyman Franzuk, mercilessly dampened his enthusiasm. Thales was similarly captivated by the magnificent scenery, and he could not look away. That's one of the downstream branches of Shepherd's River. Mallows patiently explained to almost everyone else in the convoy, who had not seen this scene before, that's not the case. The riverbed falls here, forming a waterfall and depositing a wide, clear lake. It's called Star Lake. Star Lake. Thales muttered the name in his heart and subconsciously turned his head. Sure enough, on the other side of the lake opposite the waterfall, a towering castle appeared in front of him. It was located at the edge of a hill, surrounded by the lake on three sides. It was built in an ancient style, and only a small path could go around the hill, over its moat, and straight into the castle. It blended perfectly with the forest, lake, waterfall, blue sky, white clouds, hills, castle, and all the other elements. It was not abrupt at all, and gave off a tranquil and intoxicating feeling. Everyone subconsciously lowered their voices and lightened their footsteps, as if unwilling to disturb this beautiful corner of the scenery. And that is Star Lake Castle. Mallows stopped his horse and sighed quietly. Everyone held their breath. Including Thales. The teenager had done his homework before this. He knew that Star Lake Castle used to be a monastery that was isolated from the rest of the world. Its earliest history could even be traced back to the Black Eye era, and it was filled with Sunset sect monks who were knowledgeable but determined to train hard. However, the person who truly brought this monastery into the eyes of the world was an old scholar named Sumer nearly 500 years ago. He was born into a noble family, but he was knowledgeable. During the chaos of the confrontation between the twin stars, he brought his family and lived in seclusion here, concentrating on studying the classics of theology. That was until the bloody and cruel confrontation between the twin stars ended with the deaths of two jade stars, who claimed to be kings of their respective countries, one after another. However, the morning party and evening party under them, the domestic suzerains who chose sides, formed a blood feud that could not be resolved for generations through the years of war, death, alliance, and betrayal. It was to the extent that when the kingdom was without a lord and the throne was empty, there was not a single heir who could submit to the suzerains of the two equally powerful parties, ascend to the throne and be crowned without any dispute, and reignite the flames of the confrontation between the twin stars. In fact, due to interests and the situation, during the 8.5-year civil war, many members of both parties had been in more than one camp. It was common for an alliance to suddenly betray and return to the alliance. Today, when the king and his vassals had a heart-to-heart, they would solemnly swear to show their loyalty. Tomorrow, when they were captured on the battlefield, they would suddenly come to their senses and abandon darkness for light. The leader of the Eastern Sea's heroes, the Cullen family of splendid Port City, had repeatedly switched between the two parties. They were a miraculous existence that could remain unscathed despite their defection. That was why the nicknames of the two guardian dukes of the Eastern Sea were Noon and Midnight, respectively. Fortunately, there had been enough bloodshed in the kingdom, so much so that countless Dark Knight priestesses had died of exhaustion. There were also enough men in Constellation, so few that no one wanted to put on their armor and go to war anymore. During the 8 years of confrontation between the twin stars, countless citizens and their families were destroyed. Many great families lost their heirs. The price they paid was high, and the lesson they learned was painful. It was rare even in the history of Constellation, which was filled with frequent civil wars. The morning and twilight priestesses, who were at daggers drawn, finally put down their weapons reluctantly under sunset priestess suggestion and coordination. They entered Eternal Star City and began a difficult negotiation in Dark Night Temple, which was filled with corpses waiting to be buried. This was also how the morning and twilight regions were named in Eternal Star City. They were separated by Dark Night Temple. Hence, as Black-Eyed John's great-great-grandson, Scholar Sumer, who was 60 years old, or rather, Pulse Breaker Sumer Jadestar II, was invited out of the Sunset Monastery where he lived in seclusion. He walked out of the high castle by the lake deep in the forest, and walked into Renaissance Palace while surrounded by two groups of vassals who were eyeing him covetously. He stepped onto the stage of history and ascended to a supreme position. Regardless of how much the morning and twilight priestess regretted this decision, or how it caused their respective alliances to fall apart, not long after Sumer II was crowned, he followed the newly promulgated, bloodline decree. He renovated and expanded the lakeside monastery, which he had stayed in during his scholar days, into a castle, and granted it to his eldest son, Alan. He was also conferred the title of Duke to show that the succession had been decided long ago and that there was no room for dispute. From the nobility to the commoners, they must obey this law and not go against it. The confrontation between the twin stars, which was caused by the dispute over the succession of the elder and the younger, was thus brought to an end. Star Lake Castle and the significant Duke of Star Lake were thus born. This is our territory, the castle that we will be staying in the future? Waya looked shocked. This sentence made Thales avert his gaze from Star Lake Castle. He cast aside the heavy history and collected his thoughts. Well, at least, the prince was in a good mood. He had a house. The greenery was in place, the lake was beautiful, and there was even a natural swimming pool. But, Thales glanced at the corner of the ledger in Mallow's saddlebag. I wonder how the mortgage is calculated. It's a good place. Glover, who was never good with words, nodded as he moved forward. Look at its shape and topography. It is surrounded by a lake on three sides, has a high vantage point, narrow passageways, wide field of vision, drawbridges, trenches, arrow towers, lookout posts, the height of the city walls, the angle at which they intersect, and the breadth of the defense. The zombie pointed at different spots in Star Lake Castle. With only a dozen people, it will be impenetrable. Even if they are besieged by enemies who outnumber them by several times, if they have enough supplies, they can defend for a few months or even a year, much better than Mindy's Hall, which is almost undefended. Oh my God, you can't use this analogy. Mindy's Hall is a work of art, and here is, Doyle paused for a moment before he forced out his next sentence. Other works of art. On the other side of the team, Paul from the Black Lion family of Brave Souls Castle, who had just joined the team, suddenly sighed and attracted everyone's attention. My father told me that a long time ago, every vassal and every lord took pride in having their own family castle. Even if they had to spend 2 or 3 generations of their family's wealth, they had to build a castle with extraordinary significance. The young heir of the Bosdorf family looked at the castle in the distance with melancholy in his eyes. The sky pillar fortress of High Forest City, the floating sand, flowing sand, and sinking sand palaces of the wasteland ruins, the treading waves palace and the quelling tide pagoda of Splendid Harbor, the emptiness palace of Jadeite City, and the Blood Gate fortress of Blade City. Although their shapes and styles are different, all of them have a long history and are famous fortresses that are difficult to attack, not to mention the magnificent Renaissance Palace. As for Arun's Cold Castle, Bosdorf's Brave Souls Castle, and the Chroma family's Wing Fortress, even their territories are named after fortresses and castles. Paul's words were sincere and melancholic. They are our line of defense rooted in the ground, the knight's immortal mounts, and the sturdiest defense on this land. When he said this, Paul let out a long sigh. But now, there are no more castles like this. In fact, there are fewer and fewer of them. His words made many people fall into deep thought. But the person who answered him was out of their expectations. Of course, Doyle said carelessly. My castle was built hundreds of years ago, and it has holes everywhere. In summer, mosquitoes and lice will fly everywhere, and the stench will not go away. In winter, it is not much better. The cold wind will blow people's noses, and the windows will make loud noises. No matter how we repair it, we can't fix it. Besides, just hiring people to clean it and maintain its functions will cost a lot of money. It's not worth it. So, in the end, my stepmother decided to close most of its areas and only use a few complete and newly renovated halls and rooms. And from what I know, more and more nobles and suzerains would rather spend their money elsewhere. I even heard that in some places, there are families who abandoned their ancestral castles and moved into towns and villages. Doyle raised his finger excitedly and gave the next example. Not to mention Renaissance Palace. That building is so old, Glover coughed violently. So old, Doyle suddenly shuddered and came to a realization. So old that it has a lot of history, meaning, and culture. You must know that Renaissance Palace is a miracle built with divine power and magic. The people who were originally gloating revealed disappointed expressions when they heard that. Doyle knew that he had made a slip of the tongue. He cleared his throat. In short, no matter what kind of castle it is, no matter how sturdy or how great it is, it will have all sorts of problems after a long time. If that's the case, Paul said coldly, why not just destroy it, tear it down, and rebuild it from the beginning? His words made Thales in the carriage fall silent as well. My stepmother had such a plan, but she gave it up due to financial problems, Doyle recalled the past. And my father said that although we don't live there anymore, at least we used to live there. He sighed and said, if we tear it down, some things can't be rebuilt. These words made many people look at him in a different light. Doyle's eyes turned, and he became mischievous again. Besides, what if war breaks out again? What then? Paul did not speak. Wyatt took over the conversation at this moment. A mediocre king builds his strong walls with soil and stone. It is difficult for foreign enemies to invade, and it is difficult for the castle to fall. A king who is good at fighting uses flesh and blood as his walls. His martial arts are matchless, and there are countless heroic souls. A wise king uses the hearts of the people as his walls. He is always victorious and never defeated, and he will never stop flourishing. The prince's attendant thought of something, and his gaze became profound. Only a truly great king uses peace as his walls. He is ordinary, but no one knows about him. As soon as he said that, everyone in the carriage cast sidelong glances at him. Even Ralph had a strange expression on his face. Wow, it's really Wyatt. Did you say that yourself? Doyle said in surprise. No. Wyatt lowered his head, and his expression was complicated. I heard it when I was young. Thales was moved when he heard that. He remembered what Gines had told him, about what Crown Prince Midir once said. Even if the palace walls are 1,000 feet long, and the mighty stronghold is 10,000 feet long, where is my life? Makes sense. Mallows, who was at the front of the group, suddenly spoke. The city walls are thick and sturdy. While they defend against foreign enemies, they also cover up the sky and are burdensome. There is no lack of such examples in history. Suzerains are satisfied with a sturdy city, and they are content with the status quo behind the city walls. Because of that, they become narrow-minded and short-sighted. They do not think about improving themselves, and in the end, they suffer the consequences of their own actions. The watchman's prestige over the past few months caused everyone to shut up. The carriage fell into silence for a moment. Maybe that's not all. Glover, who had always been obsessed with the shape of the fortress, did not seem to know how to read people's expressions. He did not care whether it was time for the commanding officer to lecture. He continued, my grandfather said that the methods of war are destined to become more abundant, especially after the appearance of the mystic guns. Regardless of whether it is defending the city or attacking the city by force, it has become the worst strategy. After all, no matter how thick the city walls are, no matter how wide the battlements are, they cannot withstand the continuous high-temperature bombardment from the mystic guns or the falling stones from the catapults. Paul sighed and said, "So, such a castle is destined to decline in the future and become history?" "Perhaps." Glover fixed his gaze on Star Lake Fortress, as if he was trying to find its weakness. "But perhaps our descendants, the people of the future generations, will come up with a better idea, build stronger fortifications, and build a super city wall that even the mystic guns cannot break? Maybe they will be smarter than us," Waya interrupted, feeling dejected. "Think of ways to resist war and foreign enemies without relying on city walls or fortresses, and ensure safety? Or maybe they will be even more foolish." Mallows also joined the conversation. He sighed and said, "Maybe they will build more and thicker city walls, and be content with the status quo, complacent, until the self-righteous city walls collapse. Only then will they regret their actions." Thales listened carefully to the conversation and pondered for a long time. "Or they will be unparalleled geniuses." Doyle's excited voice suddenly rang, causing many to frown. "For true peace, our descendants will build flawless, unbreakable city walls and fortresses that can isolate everything, and the people on both sides will not be able to touch each other no matter what." Doyle bowed on his horse and spread his arms proudly at Star Lake Castle. Clatter, clatter, peace shall come. Listening to this nonsense, everyone in the convoy rolled their eyes and sighed. Until another young voice came from the carriage. "So the city walls are tall, the trenches are deep, and the people on both sides can't see each other, can't hear each other, and can't talk to each other." Everyone turned around in shock, only to see the Duke of Star Lake leaning against the window, gazing at the beautiful Star Lake Castle from afar, but his eyes were dead. Thales said faintly, "Until everyone's fate becomes lonely and helpless, and they struggle in pain but do not know why, and they are inexplicably angry but cannot be dispelled. Until everyone, from birth to death, is destined to be a prisoner behind the wall." The Duke's words silenced the entire convoy. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to react. Mallows urged his horse to the window. "Your Highness." Thales snapped out of his daze, waved apologetically, and sat back in his seat. "Don't worry about me, continue." The Duke's convoy continued to move forward. Once they saw Star Lake Castle, the remaining journey was much shorter. They quickly went around the hill and drove into Star Lake Castle through the heavy steps on the trenches. But what they saw was nothing compared to what they felt from the horizon. "My God, I thought that only my castle was in disrepair." Doyle was dumbfounded as he stared at the iron gate of the castle entrance, which collapsed with a gentle push from him. He coughed violently in the dust. "How long has it been since anyone lived in this place?" "The previous Duke of Star Lake." Glover tied a scarf around his face and carefully stepped into the entrance. He gestured for the people behind him to get down from their horses. 18 years. "Be careful, Your Highness." Waya opened the carriage door for Thales, and his tone was vexed. "This place." Thales got down from the carriage, and only then did he realize that the famous Star Lake Castle, from the city tower to the sentry tower, from the courtyard to the castle walls, was in ruins. Weeds grew everywhere, the ironware rusted, and the wooden furniture rotted. Many of the corners in the courtyard had become nests for small animals. When they walked into the entrance, they even startled a group of bats that were resting on top of their heads, causing Jenny to break free from the rope in a fit of rage. When she saw the stable, she probably felt that she was cheated into buying a house, Thales explained later. She neighed loudly, kicked, and panted, causing the guards to be in a flurry. At the same time, she also frightened a flock of birds in the sentry tower, 3 cats on the castle wall, and a swarm of bees under the eaves of the castle. The young duke could not help but frown. "All right, it's fine, second hand." "No, it's a rough house." Do we expect to reduce our expenditure in this place? Logistics Officer Stone used all his strength to pull his boots out from a collapsed wooden door. He complained to Mallows in a low voice. What are we relying on? Selling antiques? Ha! Doyle carefully walked around the uneven floor tiles, pushed aside the spider webs, and arrived in front of the old gate of the main castle. He pulled the door knocker and said sarcastically, "Be careful, everyone. Be careful, everyone, we're in an antique. It'll cost thousands and tens of thousands if you bump into it." Doyle was unconcerned when he heard everyone telling him to shut up. He smiled and turned his head, preparing to open the gate. But at that moment, a hatch on the gate suddenly opened, and a hideous and terrifying face appeared in the darkness. Doyle shuddered and fell backwards. Everyone, including a black cat that was practicing its balance on the iron chain, could hear his heart-wrenching wail, "Oh my sunset goddess! There's a ghost!" Thales was startled. The guards pressed down on their swords until they were stopped by Mallow's shout. "Steady!" The watchman, after kicking away a spider web under his feet, came out from the crowd and pulled Doyle up. "Look carefully." Everyone looked closely and realized that the main gate of the main castle had been opened at some point in time. Thales furrowed his brows. The main castle was pitch black, and the atmosphere was ominous. In this darkness, a stooped figure holding an everlasting lamp silently appeared in front of them. F***CK. Seeing this person, Doyle still wanted to cry out in surprise, but he was dragged to the back by Glover and Bastia. The hunched figure walked through the gate shakily. He had wrinkled skin and white hair. He was senile and moved slowly. He was an old man with one foot in the grave. But the moment the old man looked up, Thales felt a sharp pain. "Guards, mind your manners." Mallows tidied his dusty clothes and turned around. "This is the watchman of Star Lake Castle." Thales carefully sized up the old man in front of him. He was dressed simply and his eyes were cloudy. He looked at them, but it was as if he was looking at the horizon. The old man with the lamp grinned, revealing his gums that had only a few teeth left. He gave them a strange smile. "Ha!" The old man's voice was barely discernible. There was a faint chill in it that sent chills down everyone's spine. "It's been a long time." Mallow's expression was the same as usual, but his polite tone was extremely respectful. "But I believe you have already been informed." The old man did not move. With the main castle's darkness behind him, his figure with the lamp looked even more eerie. "Ha!" The guards looked at each other, their hearts filled with doubt. Mallows extended his hand to Thales in the group and said respectfully, "Please allow me to introduce you. Please allow me to introduce you. This is Prince Thales Jade Star, the new master of Star Lake Fortress." Thales could not help but straighten his back and smile when he heard this. The old man held the lantern. His gaze swept past Thales, but there was no spirit in it, as if it was a boring routine. "Ha! Yes, we are here to take over the castle, my dear." Mallows bowed deeply in the face of the old man's answer, whether he understood it or not, and called out the old man's name. Vitano Cato. End of this chapter. Chapter 634. Star Lake Fort, Night. The guarded dining room was covered in dust and cobwebs. Only 2 candles emitted a red light, casting eerie shadows. But at this moment, many people were sitting in the dining room. It was noisy and lively. That old man, Vitano, D.D., leaned against the wall, his legs propped up on the bench and munched on a piece of bread. I haven't heard him say a word since he got here. Is he a zombie crawling out of the ground? Zombie. Everyone who was eating at the same table looked at each other and subconsciously looked at another table behind them. Doyle realized something. He smiled awkwardly and waved at the real zombie, Glover. Sorry. Glover was drinking his soup. When he heard Doyle, he threw down his spoon and his gaze turned cold. Why are you sorry? Doyle was stunned by the zombie's ferocious gaze. Doyle realized that something was wrong. He laughed at himself and lowered his head. Yes, sorry. But that old man, the watchman, maybe he really is a zombie. At the other end of the long table, Wuxia suddenly spoke and attracted everyone's attention. The dining room fell silent. Glover frowned. Be careful with your words, Mallow's herald, Toledo reminded him sternly. Officer Mallows respects that old man very much. Wuxia shook his head and lowered his head to take a sip of the odd-tasting drink that the logistics division got from somewhere. His expression was pained. No, I mean, he's not that simple. Doyle leaned forward. What do you mean, really, Wuxia? Star Lake Fort has been without a master for years. It's almost becoming a nest for animals, Wuxia said solemnly, and animals are very sensitive to their territory. We can scare a flock of crows out of the corner with just a breath, but, he raised his head and looked at everyone. That old watchman lives here, but he didn't scare a single mouse. Everyone who was eating was instantly stunned. In a dark corner, the special class flag bearer, Hugo Feub, who was out of place with the others, picked up a notebook expressionlessly and recorded. Wuxia Casso. Sensitive to observation. Lacking in tact. Has he lived here so long that the animals are not afraid of him? Doyle flicked away a spider that landed on the bread, then tore off the dusty crust of the bread and bit into it. Wuxia shook his head. That's only the best guess. Logistics Officer Praka turned his head around from the window. What's the worst? Opposite Glover, Ralph looked at his own soup bowl in annoyance. There was a spider that had flown out of nowhere and was struggling with all its might. Doyle sighed. Zombies. At this point, Doyle seemed to have thought of something and waved at Glover in embarrassment. Sorry. Glover snorted angrily and swallowed the food in his mouth. Morgan, Costa, it's your turn. Two tired figures walked into the dining room. The two people in the dining room took turns. Doyle's eyes lit up. Hey, Bastia, Ness. What do you think? Is there anything good in Jackal Tower? You mean apart from cobwebs, ashes, cat droppings, bird droppings, ghosts, rotten wood, and rusty iron? The young vanguard, Ness, picked up the kettle and poured himself a drink. Let me think. Oh, yes, there's a rotten rag, it smells like shit. Pfft, damn it, what's that smell? Mate tea. Praka drank his tea contentedly by the window. Don't ask too many questions. If you do, you'll know it's sponsored by the logistics division. There's a monastery in the southeast corner with a lot of graveyards. Seeing this, Bastia decisively poured away his drink and tore off a cobweb on top of his head. It's surprisingly clean. Obviously, it's cleaned regularly. Maybe it's that old man. Maybe he lives in the graveyard, you know, zombies. Doyle laughed and habitually turned around to wave. Hug, one more word of apology and I'll throw you out of the window. Glover stared at him. As if to cooperate with him, Ralph poured away the spider soup in his hand and snorted coldly, causing a slight chilly wind to blow. The room fell silent. Doyle could only turn around awkwardly. In the corner, a few more lines appeared in Wheelby's notebook, Caleb Glover. The destroyer of the atmosphere. But he had the authority to make the final decision. Don't overthink it, Paul Bosdorf, who joined in midway and had been silent all this while, suddenly said, Lord Mallows has his reasons for trusting that old man. Wuxia's gaze flickered. You know him? Paul shook his head. No, but I know that family name. Cato. Paul's expression was calm as he said plainly, that's the maiden name of the current queen. She's also a wealthy merchant family in the kingdom. Everyone's gaze turned to Bosdorf's heir. Queen Kia? Waya was shocked. His Highness stepmother? Doyle looked puzzled. We have a queen? Willow of the Northern Territory was puzzled. Paul ignored everyone's reaction and continued, the Cato family started by reselling the spoils of war and making a fortune from the war. They keep a low profile, but have a close relationship with Renaissance Palace. They are the best among the merchants licensed by the royal family and have opened up many sources of income for the Jade Stars of the past. Although their title is low, their position is critical and they have great power. Paul looked up. That's why His Majesty Kessel, the youngest son of the late king, married the daughter of the Cato family. Flag-bearer Fubby's expression did not change as he wrote incessantly. Paul Bosdorf. Gloomy and reserved. His words hit the nail on the head. Oh, that explains why the old man is here, Doyle came to a sudden realization. Because his mission is to guard the Wang family's property. Waya narrowed his eyes. But those animals, why do I feel like there's more to them? Instead of worrying about that, why don't we think about our next step? Ness scooped up a spoonful of oatmeal that had almost no substance and gritted his teeth. I say, how much longer do we have to eat this? Old Leather, you're the logistics officer. What do you say? Nate Ness. Young and impetuous, not knowing how to restrain himself. Fubby continued to write. Trust me, His Highness and the commanding officer have already started to deal with this matter. Praka sighed and raised his cup. Cheer up. Mate tea is also tea. Ness gave him a gesture unique to the Star Lake Guards, a middle finger. A middle finger as a provocative gesture. Flag-bearer Fubby frowned as he recorded, Duke Thales especially liked to use the rare and peculiar Northland customs to cultivate the guards' culture and enhance the cohesiveness and sense of belonging of his subordinates. You know. Bastia suddenly spoke. When I went home a few days ago, everyone was pointing at me and hesitating to speak. Even my 5-year-old nephew was avoiding me, as if I'd suddenly become a leper. As soon as he said that, everyone fell silent. Why? Bastia sighed. Why does His Highness have to go against His Majesty? You even followed him into the palace. In the corner, flag-bearer Fubby pursed his lips. Ade Bastia. As always, conservative, timid, and worried. Thump. Harold Toledo put down his bowl coldly. Mallows has already called a meeting to reprimand this issue. Toledo answered flatly, but there was a chill in his tone. We have our own vows. Everyone looked at each other. The atmosphere in the dining room became a little awkward. Waya, Glover, Doyle and the others were especially silent. Of course I know that, but to be honest, Ness was unhappy. My father is trying to pull some strings to get me transferred back to Renaissance Palace. My uncle has a different opinion. Pezzarosi of the Discipline Division downed the mate tea in one gulp, his face contorted from the smell. He thinks that the king only has one son, and no matter how much he dislikes him, sooner or later he will. Watch your words. Toledo said sternly. Come on, Toledo. Ness spread his hands and complained, we've already been exiled to the deserted wilderness. We even have to scrimp on our food. Watch our words. What, the flag-bearer division can hide in a spider's web to spy on us? What do you think, Uncle Hugo? You've been taking notes for months. Get lost. Hugo Fubby did not even raise his head. His pen did not stop moving. Ness liked to look for trouble. Then why don't you leave? Doyle suddenly spoke, his tone not as relaxed as usual. Why don't you go back? Back to the place you're used to? Ness and Pezzarosi, including Bastia, looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Glover stirred his spoon. Without raising his head, he snorted and took over the conversation. Yeah, go back and lick Brother Hangman. The nickname stunned everyone for a moment, which then led to a burst of laughter. I know why. Doyle stared at the half-eaten bread in his hand, lost in thought. He flicked away a moth on it again. Because in Renaissance Palace, no one is willing to bind their hands and feet and get into trouble at a royal banquet just to save a sloppy bodyguard. He sighed. No one. The dining room fell silent again. Fubby threw away the dead moth on his notebook, silently observed the atmosphere around him, and wrote a few more words. Danny Doyle. His words may seem carefree and casual. But humor, pain, emotion, and gratitude often fit the atmosphere and hit the emotions of others. Then, thank you for introducing yourself, Protector Doyle. Ness snorted. I know that His Highness is still young and treats people with sincerity. Protector Commodore, who was sitting in the corner, sighed softly. But we have to remind him that sincerity cannot be exchanged for everything. Yes, His Highness has returned from the north and is used to the ways of the Northland barbarians. Praka shook his head. He has yet to suffer in Constellation. I hope he can get through this safely. Gianluca Commodore. Rio Praka. Passive in dealing with matters and playing it safe. Fubby frowned. His pen stopped at the turning word. He did not continue writing. He felt that something was wrong. You guys worry too much. In the end, the one who spoke was Wuxia. I think what we see is different from what His Highness sees, after all. And His Highness told me, the prince's attendant said firmly, that if we see the sun, we can't go back to the grotto. Ness snorted. Thank you, Sir Attendant. Something I don't understand again. But Wuxia shook his head. All of you only really got to know him at that banquet, Wuxia said absent-mindedly. But I have been following His Highness since 7 years ago. No one was earlier than me. A deep, throaty voice came from behind him. Humph, sorry. Wuxia rolled his eyes and waved at the masked man behind him. Ralph was earlier, a little earlier than me. Ralph then turned his head. I followed him and saw him charge into the Northlanders' battle formation, saw him walk back to Heroic Spirit Palace's trap, saw him destroy the Kinslayer King's plot, and even saw him work hand in hand with Chapman Lampard and dance with the wolves. Everyone in the room listened to Wuxia's words and subconsciously quieted down. Yes, Duke Thales usually looks tolerant and easygoing, even a little weak and easy to bully. The attendant's gaze flickered. But only during critical moments, such as royal banquets, will you understand what kind of person he is. Doyle shrugged. No one spoke. Only Fubby's book kept turning pages. Wuxia Casso. The person who lived the longest, was the closest, and understood Duke Thales the best. In short, I don't really want to go back, but the castle gate has not been repaired. If anyone wants to leave, please go ahead. Glover said coldly, it will be the same after it is repaired. His words made everyone freeze in unison. Yeah. Doyle lay down on the pile of junk behind him and stared at the spider webs in the corner of the ceiling in a daze. You make it sound like we have the money to repair the gate. This book was published by, read the book and get a cash red packet. Everyone burst into laughter. Fubby narrowed his eyes. Danny Doyle. The mediator and manipulator of the team's atmosphere. Everyone in the dining room gradually finished their dinner and left in 2s and 3s, complaining. Hugo Fubby raised his gloomy gaze and turned to the next page. Thales Jade Star. Hesitation. Weakness. Compromise. Gentleness. Childish. Willful. Impulsive. Unscrupulous. Full of emotions. Vengeful. Lazy and slick. Strange interests. Likes to be alone. Makes a fuss. Never cares for attendance. Does not bend over and pretend. Is not good at establishing prestige. Does not care about etiquette. Does not like to interact with people. Does not need to bribe or rope them in. Does not care about the glory of inheritance. Does not use collective slogans to brainwash them. Does not know any of the methods the nobles use to win over people. When Fubby wrote this, he changed the direction of his pen. But not only did his subordinates' loyalty not decrease, they became even stronger. Rumors were hard to shake. It was surprising. Fubby's gaze sharpened as he wrote the last sentence. Where is the hidden danger? In the next second, he slid his finger across the spine of the book, and the words on it disappeared, as though they had seeped into the paper. Only a blank space was left. Mallow spent a total of 3 days to clean up a part of the dilapidated Star Lake Castle. At least, it was barely livable. Unexpectedly, Star Lake Castle occupied a large area and was fully functional. There was the main hall, the Jackal Tower, the Rapid Shadow Tower, the Meditation Room, the Ascension Hall, the Brilliant Area, the Dining Room, and several other different areas. They were used to receive guests, stay, read, meditate, relax, and host banquets. There was also the Lakeside Monastery, which had long been abandoned but was still preserved. There was also the Starlight Courtyard, commonly known as the Lumberyard, which was used to station troops and train soldiers. There were probably no less than 300 or 400 rooms in total, not to mention the possible hidden passageways and secret rooms. Until now, Thales could not remember how many ways there were to get from the main hall to the study and bedroom. Mallows could only order the Logistics Division and the Defense Division to seal off the passageways that led to unknown or dilapidated locations. Then, they worked overtime against the different versions of the old castle map, corrected the markings, and continuously recorded and unsealed the newly arranged rooms and areas. But the good news was that the chief of palace staff, Baron Quinton, was easy to talk to. He notified the surrounding villages and towns in advance, and asked them to compensate the nominal suzerain, the Duke of Star Lake, for his food and clothing so that Thales would not starve to death in the castle. Then, with the help of the chief of palace staff, the logistics division continued to recruit servants, cooks, and gardeners from the villages, on the condition that part of the rent and taxes were waived. Your fief is about the size of a small baron's territory. Of course, it's not the barons of the Northern Territory or the Land of Cliffs. All of their territories are uninhabited wastelands, and the area is almost the size of the Count of South Coast Hill. This morning, Thales was walking on the ridge of the fields. Accompanying him was Baron Quinton, who had rushed over from the capital. The latter was talking non-stop about the fields in front of him. 6 farms. Other than one belonging to Sunset Monastery, which serves the gods, the other 5 have to report to you. There are self-owned fields, rented fields, and public fields with a long history. But now, they are all complicated and intertwined. 5 respectful butlers followed behind Baron Quinton. Each of them held a thick stack of account books and records. More attendants, guards, and servants followed behind them, trembling with fear. The production of each farm is different. It's far from enough to feed just the farmers. For this, we have hired many workers to produce grapes, wool, and other primitive crops according to the season and the weather. Of course, in another month, the wheat in the fields will be harvested. It will be very busy then, and we need even more manpower. Thales frowned as he listened. They were in a farm that belonged to Star Lake Castle. Along the way, they saw farmers carrying farm tools and leading cows and horses to the fields, or farm women carrying fur baskets to work in the workshops. They might not know Thales, but when they saw Baron Quinton and a few butlers, their expressions changed slightly. They retreated in unison and lowered their heads as they whispered to each other. There are also 3 villages or small towns with a long history. Even war could not erase them. They pay taxes to the royal family regularly. It's just that things have not been going well recently. Everyone prefers to go to Eternal Star City or other large towns to find work and make a living. The chief of palace staff spoke excitedly as he walked. He was very familiar with the situation of Star Lake Castle's fief. Also, your fief is next to the Wang family's hunting forest. If the villagers want to hunt some game or chop some firewood, as long as they pay enough and don't do it too openly, we will turn a blind eye to it. It can be considered as an output. After all, it's not easy for everyone after the bloody year. Remember, every farm and small town has its own craftsmen. Their products, such as fabrics, furniture, honey, candles, soap, and some rare items, are the easiest to miss. Thales's frown deepened. These registers record the general situation of your farm, including every farmer's name, land, farm tools, all kinds of employees and craftsmen, as well as the annual reference output and taxes payable. In the future, you will be in charge of, wow, Lord Baron. Thales, who was having a headache, had to interrupt him. I need to, remember all of these things? Baron Quentin glanced at him and immediately understood the Duke's current mood. He sighed softly. Every respectable family will have their own trusted butler to manage the master's accounts, collect rent, hire manpower, supervise the work, and take care of the master's basic necessities. In fact, the bigger the family, the more they need a good butler. Damn it, Cordero, don't let me see your subordinates slacking off again. The chief of palace staff used only a second to seamlessly switch from being kind to flying into a rage. He reprimanded the local manor's butler. The latter was drenched in cold sweat as he turned around to yell at a few employees who were hiding in the shade and gossiping while pointing at Thales and his group. Chief Quentin turned around angrily. Believe me, from the farmers to the workers, from the butlers to the overseers, they are lazy, cunning, crude, impatient, but greedy, unscrupulous, arrogant, habitually gluttonous and lazy, deceiving their superiors and subordinates, racking their brains to work less and earn more money. You need to have the shrewdness and wisdom of a fox and the strength and majesty of a lion to control these ingrates. It seems that you are the one who is truly indispensable in this land, Thales said sincerely with a lot of emotion. Baron Quentin coughed. His words were humble in fear and trepidation, but there was a hint of joy on his face that could not be concealed. Oh my, Your Highness, I dare not say such things. I was merely deceived by the late king's trust. So, butlers? Thales looked at the chief hopefully. Quentin snapped out of his daze. Oh, yes, and we, you can say, are the butlers of the Jade Star royal family, one of them. For this, I need to know all the lands and estates of the royal family, every inch of production, population, and labor. Thales immediately took the bait. If that's the case, I believe that I, a newcomer, should not usurp the host's position. These matters, Baron Quentin reacted quickly. I understand very well. After all, you are a noble and busy man, then everything will continue as usual. I will separate out the rent and taxes that belong to you, and have the butlers of each estate and the mayors of the towns and villages send them to Star Lake Castle regularly, including the monthly rations, firewood, and fabrics. Of course, the variety and sophistication of food and clothing cannot compare to those in Eternal Star City. Thales waved his hand generously, indicating that the Duke of Star Lake should share the joys and sorrows of his people. Seeing the prince's indifferent expression, Quentin could not help but sigh. In the future, there may be a mistress who will take care of these for you. Unfortunately, you are the heir to the throne, and the future mistress is destined to be the queen. She will be busy enough with the families of the nobles in Renaissance Palace, the capital, and even the entire country. She probably won't have time to take care of these minor details. You still have to find a suitable candidate, that was what he said, but in reality, there was not much for Thales to worry about, because Baron Quentin had already arranged everything before he came. The public and private taxes of the territories around Star Lake Castle, land tax, poll tax, hunting tax, including transaction tax, travel tax, and so on, were all collected by the tax collectors of the Department of Finance into the Treasury. This year, they would all be transferred to Star Lake Castle. It was just that the fief was limited, and getting rich overnight was out of the question. I don't have such extravagant hopes, I just want to get enough to eat and wear. Thales closed the thinnest record in the account book with a headache. Just don't cause any major trouble. In the face of such an unambitious heir of the royal family, Chief Quinton could not help but sigh. I think, as long as you don't order the restoration of the right to the first night, it should be fine. Thank you, Chief Quinton. Thales looked at the Chief Quinton who had served his grandfather. I know, it was your intention to help speed up the handover, which allowed me to take over this land so smoothly. Baron Quinton paused for a moment. He closed the account book and passed it to the other stewards, telling them to stay away. Do you really think that I am the indispensable person to these lands, and that I can decide who they belong to? Baron Quinton looked at Thales with a complicated gaze. I think, he still cares about you. Thales' smile froze. Perhaps. Thales put his hand into his pocket and touched the B'gertoxa. It was cold to the touch, and the thorns pricked his hand. Perhaps. He laughed softly and pulled his hand out decisively. Chapter 635. After a week, Duke Thales settled down in Star Lake Castle, but he could not neglect the lessons of the heir of the kingdom. Thales sighed deeply. Language itself is a competent historian. It records the history of the past. Scholar Bonner was very responsible. Despite his old age, he still insisted on coming to Star Lake Castle once a week to teach Thales grammar. This made the Duke very apologetic, especially since he knew that at this moment, the biggest obstacle between Eternal Star City and Star Lake Castle was far more than just the distance between the city and the countryside. When the language of the ancient empire prevailed, the empire was in a prosperous and peaceful period. The 5 crops were abundant, and agricultural production occupied a large part of the language. You see, just this small textile house alone, from the loom to the thread winding, has derived many commonly used words. At first glance, we wouldn't even think that it has anything to do with agriculture and textiles. Fortunately, the old scholar was much more spirited after leaving the city. He often brought Thales to the nearby fields or villages on a whim, and would point out ready-made teaching materials at random. Pursue, Your Highness, pursue the origin and history behind words, and you'll master the trick of using them faster, Scholar Bonner said with emotion. Believe me, it'll be very interesting, and you'll see through the so-called truth of expression. After Scholar Bonner set an example of academics not being swayed by politics, the other teachers were also deeply encouraged and gradually returned to normal, rushing to the castle for lessons. Many of them were excited to visit Star Lake Castle, and some even took the initiative to stay overnight. Production and life are the source of mathematics. When we arrive at Star Lake Castle, we can study the mysteries of mathematics wholeheartedly without distractions. In mathematics class, Scholar Julio looked at the clear blue Star Lake outside the window, and his eyes almost bloomed with joy. But Thales knew that what the scholar was really not used to was the formal and strict atmosphere of Mindy's Hall. On the contrary, in the countryside of Star Lake Castle, he was more at ease. But Thales had to suffer. Just in time, as we mentioned last time, in the maritime industry, captains often need a lot of complicated multiplication and division calculations to determine the relationship between direction and time. This involves a problem. How can we simplify the complicated multiplication and division into easy-to-understand addition and subtraction? An ancient wise man left behind a genius idea. If we can derive the power of a power separately and use it as the object of calculation. The prince could not take it anymore. He slammed his palm on the table. Great timing, Scholar Julio. I have big math questions. Julio's expression changed. He put away the charcoal and sat upright. Yes? Thales crooked his finger, and Ralph immediately walked over with a stack of books. These account books were given to me by Baron Quinton. They record the current population, land, output, and tax situation of Star Lake Fort. The numbers are complicated, and they have been making me anxious and unable to eat or sleep well these days. Thales took the stunned Julio's hand and sincerely handed one of the Grange maps to him. And I urgently need a talented person to check, summarize, and answer for me. Julio's eyes widened. No, Your Highness, I'm your teacher. I'm here to teach you, but Thales was incredibly sincere. No, Julio. Not only are you my teacher, you are also the person who understands numbers and calculations the best in my castle right now. You are also the person who is closest to the mysteries and secrets of numbers. I believe that you can help the people of Star Lake Castle. Julio was a little touched. Thank you for your appreciation. I may be able to help, but I cannot reduce the time for your lessons. After all, this concerns the learning and ability development of the heir of the kingdom. These account books and records are related to the happiness and well-being of my people. It is also my proper occupation, Thales said with a sigh. Look at this beautiful land. Are you willing to let the people on this land starve? As the Duke of Star Lake, do you think I should prioritize my own abilities and qualities, or the happiness and well-being of the people of the kingdom? What you said makes sense. I also admire your selfless ambition, Your Highness, but it still won't do. I'll give you an additional raise. Double your salary. Your Highness, you really love the people like your own children. Shall we start now? But you have to pay on credit. What? Your Highness, hey, wait. Don't tell me you're skipping classes to reduce the time for your math lessons. How could that be? By the way, this is the book you recommended, Tales of an Alien Star. The story about Prince Herman being sacrificed is very interesting. No, when did I recommend you? No, this is a forbidden book. Where did you find it? Sunset Temple's Forbidden Book Vault. By the way, I also found this. Bishop St. Lisieux's Complete Collection of Enlightenment in Archsea City. What? St. Lisieux's Complete Collection of Enlightenment? Your Highness, can I see, the collection in the Forbidden Book Vault? No, how did you borrow it? To be exact, I didn't borrow it. Then can you help me take a look at these farm account books? I can't. It's class time now. You didn't borrow it? Then how did you get it? It's a pity. The little nun who guards the Forbidden Book Vault checks the vault every year. Looking at the time, I'll have to return Collection of Enlightenment next month. TSK, what a pity. Let's continue with the class, Scholar. Scholar? Scholar Julio? What's wrong with you? Sob, Your Highness, sob, I understand. Please give me the account books, I'll take a look. In comparison, the theology class, which had also been moved to the countryside, showed another side. It's okay. It's nothing. Sunset will not punish you for this. On the contrary, Sunset is tolerant and kind. She will pity your misfortune. Just don't believe in that name anymore. Instead of placing your hopes on external objects, it's better to believe in your own hands. Priestess Meljen gently comforted a trembling farmer who was tied up. The latter was reported by the steward of the farm, saying that he knelt in the fields in the middle of the night while waving a torch. He slit a sheep's neck while he chanted a mysterious name that he did not know, praying for good weather and a fruitful farm. This made Waya rather indignant. You let him go just like that? Even if he believes in heresy and disrespects Sunset? The attendant glared indignantly at the farmer who was scared out of his wits. He returned home with the help of his wife and son. The temple has already investigated this thoroughly. Meljen made a prayer gesture without turning her head around. That is not heresy. It is just a folk belief that has existed for a long time. It is especially popular in the land of cliffs, and that poor farmer moved here from the land of cliffs when he was young. Waya glanced at Thales. So? Priestess Meljen finished her prayer and turned around. Her tone was both instructive and reproachful. Our history is not fractured, dear Squire Casso. Even sunset goddess has to shine after the light of the god of light and the holy sun. Perhaps dawn will have to take a portion of her glory. Meljen looked at the farmers and craftsmen who were busy coming and going in the farm. Look at them. Their ancestors have been bound to this land for generations. Farming, herding, and weaving have been like this since the era of the god of light. So in the fields and villages, the ancient gods and old believers, and even superstition and heretical worship are naturally passed down from generation to generation, and it is difficult for them to leave. But this is not their fault. They are not disrespecting us. It is just a habit, ignorance, but it is not a crime. Meljen flashed a smile. This is why we must be compassionate, tolerant, preach endlessly, and persist in educating people. Behind her, Nun Nia's face was filled with agreement and admiration. All right, I am not making things difficult for that farmer, but, Waya looked at Thales. A few days ago, His Highness was reprimanded by you because he doubted one of the scriptures. He was punished to copy and memorize his words. You were merciless. But when they practiced magic in the fields, you comforted them with gentle words and forgave them. This doesn't seem fair. Meljen raised her head and looked at the setting sun in the west. Fair. What is fairness, Attendant Casso? Is it the prince who breaks the law with you, but I give you the same attitude, punishment, and price? Even if the price you can bear is completely different from his? Waya was stunned. The old priestess looked at Thales and Waya with a stern expression. Remember, my Waya Casso. In the name of God, I will always remember. You should be strict to the strong, and be merciful to the weak. You should be stingy to the rich, and generous to the poor. You should be cruel to the merchants, and kind to the farmers. You should be blunt to the nobles, and speak gently to the commoners. Be wary of the armored swordsman, and be merciful to the plowman. When Waya heard this, he could not help but put the sword that was exposed to the ground back under his clothes. If you want the scales to be stable, you need to move the scales to the lighter side. Meljen stared at Waya. These are the supreme words of praise that the sunset goddess gave to the king of Renaissance through the words of the prophet, Mohada, before he died. When Thales finished listening to this, he bowed with a stern expression. Thank you, I will remember this lesson. Waya was silent for a while before he bowed along with the duke. Priestess Meljen's stern gaze moved away from Waya and turned to Thales. Very good, but I hope that you will not just remember it. The prince paused for a moment. Then, what about the believers and the true heretics? Meljen smiled. I do have an answer. But I don't think you will like it. 2 weeks passed. Star Lake Castle became cleaner and tidier, relatively speaking. The problem of food and clothing was solved, and everyone's lives gradually returned to normal. Thales learned his lessons in an orderly manner. He began to master reading, writing, chanting, and chanting the common language of the elves. He could memorize the passages and allusions in sunset scripture, and perhaps some other forbidden books. He had a clear understanding of the different lands, population, and production in this fief, thanks to scholar Julio. He could accurately locate the city of Long Chant in Dragon-Kissed Land, the 3 classical capitals in Thorn Land, the Hall of Kings Chronicles in Steel City, the 8 main cities in the 3 kingdoms of Mystery Sea, the 4 great forces of power and 16 city-states in Camus Union, and the locations of the 7 seas in the Western Peninsula. He could also find the intersections between their history and the kingdom's history in the Jade Star family tree, which had a long history and many branches. The newly appointed Duke of Star Lake soon gained a good reputation in the fief and the countryside due to his gentle governance. He did not care about anything, non-increase of taxes, he had no ambitions, and laissez-faire, he had zero sense of existence. But this caused some people to be rather critical of him. That's it? One day, during a martial arts lesson, Mallows was summoned to the capital due to an urgent matter. Doyle, who was in charge of sparring with him, relaxed and complained to the prince in the lumberyard, "I thought that with your courage, wisdom, and knowledge, you would do something different in Star Lake Castle?" Thales raised his wooden sword and exchanged blows with Wuxia as he answered, "Very good, Wuxia." "Good, Wuxia, I like that, different things, like?" Doyle flicked his armor, bored out of his mind. "I don't know. Reform, improvement, innovation, progress? Just like how some knight poems describe it, a knight with great vision obtains his own fief, enacts new policies in a grand manner, wipes away all diseases, accumulates land, armies, and food, and finally creates a developed and advanced country, conquers the world, and creates history." Thales smiled. "Reform, improvement, innovation, progress." He turned his hand over and parried Wuxia's attack. "Very good, Your Highness." The attendant found it hard to describe his surprise. "Compared to when you were in Dragon Cloud City, you have improved a lot. You have even mastered the power of eradication. Practice makes perfect." Thales pressed his left wrist, which was throbbing in pain, and revealed a fake smile. He tossed the wooden sword to Wuxia and prepared to rest. At the same time, he answered Doyle's question. "It's not that I don't want to bring about change, Doyle, it's just that." Thales was silent for a while. "Do you know how many types of farmers and workers there are in this field, how they are classified according to their nature, where they come from, the number of people in the family, the number of livestock, the number of farm tools, how many different lands and estates they belong to, how their daily routine is, when they go to work and when they leave work, how many tasks they have in a year, what are the differences between the work of the male and female masters, how they cooperate with each other, how many crops and products they produce in an orderly manner, how many of them are self-sufficient, which products are traded in the market, who should they be responsible to and report to, what proportion and rules are used to pay money or goods, what kind of friends they have the most contact with, what do they do for entertainment outside of work, what are their staple foods when they eat, what are their hobbies and topics when they rest, how do they spend their holidays and festivals, how do they handle their beliefs, marriage, socialization, illness, and funerals at home." His words attracted the attention of many people. Glover, who came up with clothes and towels, and Paul, who was practicing his sword at the side, froze at the same time. Doyle listened to the long list of questions, looked at him dumbly, and shook his head. Thales smiled. "Very good, because I don't know either." The prince turned around and sighed. "But these people, they were born here, live here, and die here for hundreds and thousands of years. They know this land better than anyone else. Why should I think that a so-called Duke of Star Lake who just arrived from the sky and has never touched the mud would have wisdom and knowledge that is more profound, more professional, and more suited to the local ecology to guide them on how to live a better life? I am not Brother Mohata, Doyle. I am not a prophet who descended from the sky. That profession only exists in the sunset scriptures, and I am not that arrogant enough to see through history and point out the direction of the future for the turbid world." Thales snapped out of his daze and patted Doyle's shoulder. "Let's go home. I remember that Custa hunted 2 wild boars in the hunting forest today, and the logistics division hired a new chef. Dinner should not be too boring." Doyle nodded in a daze. "But you also said that it has always been like this, and it might not be right." Wuxia's words made Thales stop in his tracks. "Just like what you did in Dragon Cloud City," Wuxia said in a deep voice. "Your shocking feat broke the 1,000-year shackles of Northland and brought new life. Only then did you turn the situation around and witness history. Perhaps the people in this land have developed habits and wisdom due to time and history, but if they remain the same, they will inevitably be stuck in the old ways." The attendant stared at Thales' back. "Perhaps sometimes, a wise and courageous ruler like you is needed to bring change and innovation, just like the countless reforms in the history of the kingdom?" Thales turned his back to him and did not speak for a long time. Then, he exhaled. "Yes, thank you for the reminder, Wuxia." He turned around and faced everyone in the training field. "But if I have learned anything in the 6 to 7 years after the Night of Dragon's Blood, perhaps it is humility." Thales smiled. Wuxia was stunned. Thales took the towel from Glover's hand, wiped his face, and took off his protective gear one by one. The master of the single-winged crow, the suzerain of Wing Fort, Derek Chroma, once told me a short story. Do you know when did messenger crows appear? Everyone in the training field looked at each other. The ancient empire. The person who answered was Glover. He said seriously, Great Emperor Camelot used messenger crows to deliver military intelligence on a large scale. They played an important role in the war, allowing him to command the army with unbelievable efficiency and control the overall situation. He far surpassed his opponents of the same era and won the first chance to win. Even after the conquest was completed, messenger crows played a big role, Paul continued. No matter how far apart the territories were, the messenger crows would still arrive at any given time. That was how the great emperor who was in charge of the royal territory was able to firmly rule over all the major provinces. His orders came from the same clan, which increased the effectiveness of governance, strengthened the cohesion of the empire, and reduced the possibility of division. It was an important factor in the empire's ability to maintain its rule after the epic conquest. Hearing their answers, Thales nodded one after another. Not bad. But that was not the first time messenger crows appeared, nor was it the first time they appeared on the stage of history. Thales searched for his memories. About the 700th year of the era of kings, which was 200 years before the great emperor was born, a wizard, a wise man discovered that some special birds would react differently to specific magnets. This might be the reason why they could travel thousands of miles without getting lost. The messenger crow technology originated from there. Soon, a king of West Billow Cliff decided to put a batch of meticulously cultivated and trained messenger crows into use. They would replace the communication channels between the cities, replacing all messengers, mails, and beacons. "I have captured civilization and the future," he said with great courage and hope. Thales paused for a moment. But the situation was not that simple. Messenger crows were novel, fast, and convenient, but their technology was far from mature. The cost of cultivating and training them was high. The cost of raising them for a year was enough to feed an ordinary family, and the training period and effect were not satisfactory. Thales' tone became deeper. But the king still believed that messenger crows were the future. Because of this, he did not care about the costs and consequences. He ignored all advice that went against his beliefs and insisted on using messenger crows. The taxes of the kingdom increased because of this. Soon, messenger crows became the new trend. For a period of time, everyone in the kingdom fought to gather bird species, build bird houses, plant bird food, and mine magnetic ores. There was a story about a poor family struggling to survive. They managed to keep their food and feed their messenger crows, but their children starved to death. Hearing this, Wuxia sighed softly. Ralph's arms tightened. Secondly, the appearance of messenger crows affected many people's lives: suzerains, nobles, priests, messengers, postmen, guards, and even heralds and sentries. These were direct. Indirectly, it also affected scholars, scribes, poets who were used to writing long poems, and butlers who collected rent. Some people lost their jobs, some people changed their professions, some people protested, and some people insisted on using the old method of communication. Paul was deep in thought. That's not all. Because of the existence of messenger crows, the suzerains would know a lot of information that was sent out an hour later. So, the time for farmers to pay rent, the deadline for tax calculation, the pace of craftsmen's work, and the fluctuation of market prices were all accelerated. Everyone's lives were turned upside down. They were at a loss and tried their best to catch up with the messenger crows, or rather, the king's pace, but they could not. They were tortured and miserable. Glover frowned. Thales took off the last piece of protective gear and faced the setting sun in the West Mountains in a relaxed manner. But the king was so superstitious about progress and civilization. He believed that the current setbacks were just labor pains, and that temporary sacrifices would be compensated. The messenger crow technology would eventually speed up his production, make communication more efficient, and finally make the kingdom strong and prosperous, thus solving all problems. Thales was gradually lost in thought. But he was right. Glover could not help but say, in the conquest and rule of the great emperor, messenger crows are indispensable. Thales only smiled. Doyle looked from one end to the other, full of doubts. In the end, due to many factors, the messenger crows were hunted and killed, the crow houses were destroyed, the crow tamer was hanged, and the king who captured the future was chased off the throne by endless riots and uprisings. Thales looked up. Before he died, he asked the bright god in heaven with tears, "Why? What I promised this world was a technology that would change everything, an achievement that was destined to be passed down for generations to come, and the most beautiful civilization and future." Thales ended the story in a low tone. The first use of messenger crows in this world failed. When the great emperor raised his army, the empire conquered, and the messenger crows were known and accepted by more people. It was already 200 years later. When he finished speaking, the soft chirping of birds returning to their nests came from the forest in the distance. Paul closed his eyes. What a pity. The people on the training ground were silent for a while until Waya asked tentatively, "Are you trying to say that the king was too arrogant and not humble enough?" Thales nodded, then shook his head. According to historical records, the king of West Billow, known as the Crow Master, had great ambitions, was obsessed with lofty goals, abused the people with his pet birds, and lost sight of what was right in front of him. Indeed. Paul sighed. If this king had taken things step by step, first using it on a small scale, instead of being eager for quick results, if he cared about the people, knew their feelings, understood political affairs, and took things slowly, if he had waited for the technology to mature. If. Thales interrupted Paul. He stared at the horizon in a daze. If. Yes, we can always be so confident in finding reasons for history, and simply find an explanation for the past. Paul was puzzled. Thales continued to speak in a daze, but from the Crow Master to the great emperor, the messenger crows have been neglected for 200 years. Is this the world's attitude and reaction towards messenger crows? Is it the inevitable result of history's gradual progress, or is it the result of humans' eagerness for quick results? The Star Lake guards exchanged glances, expressing their confusion towards the topic and the Duke. But Thales was still in a daze as he muttered to himself, "The tragedy of the Crow Master is lamentable, but is it inevitable and unavoidable? Is it something that we can't solve no matter how much we say, if only this would have been the case, in the future? Were those 200 years a necessary sacrifice and price, or an unnecessary waste and blindness? As for us, how should we maintain our humility without losing our passion?" These words caused many people to have different reactions. Some lowered their heads in deep thought, while others were confused. "Your Highness?" Waya leaned over worriedly. "I don't know, Waya." Thales shook his head. "I really don't know. These people in our land, the suzerains, farmers, merchants, craftsmen, they are in the same era, the same history, the same world as us. What right do I have to think that I have the right to be arrogant? What right do I have to think that I can bring them anything? What right do I have to think that there is no wisdom and desire passed down from generation to generation in their history and land? There are no seeds of change and improvement, and there are no sprouts buried with a future and hope that are only waiting for the day to break through the soil and sprout?" A few seconds later, Thales snapped out of his daze and smiled apologetically at everyone, signaling that the martial arts lesson was over. He then asked everyone, who had mixed feelings, to pack up and prepare to return to the castle. Only Wuxia remained silent for a long time. He took a deep breath, mustered up his courage, and moved forward. "Your Highness," Wuxia lowered his voice, "what is bothering you is not Star Lake Castle, nor is it the messenger crow, but something else, right?" Thales paused and looked at Wuxia. Viscount Nemain said, the attendant said worriedly, that when you are upset, you like to talk, a lot of things, often full of emotion and sighs. Putre Nemain. The image of that old smoker flashed across Thales' mind, and he could not help but curl up the corners of his lips. "You know, you do not have to shoulder everything alone. You can trust me, or anyone else you think is worthy of trust," Wuxia said sincerely. Thales stared at Wuxia for a long, long time. He could not help but recall the first time he met Wuxia. This old-fashioned and stiff young man had sworn loyalty to Thales in a very serious manner. The prince put his hand into his pocket and tightened his grip on the covenant again. "It's time to eat. Let's go back." A few seconds later, Thales put his hand out of his pocket and flashed a warm smile at Wuxia. "Whether you are hungry or not, you still have to eat." Wuxia's expression became gloomy. Thales patted his shoulder and walked towards the castle on his own. "But the Crow Lord is also respectable, isn't he?" Wuxia's voice rang behind him. Thales' footsteps slowed down. Regarding the messenger crow, he failed, but the world succeeded in the end. After 200 years of pain, it succeeded in the emperor. Wuxia's voice was rather anxious. Whether it was inevitable or unnecessary, no matter what the outside world said, the Crow Lord made the choice he believed in. For him, this might be enough. Thales was silent for a long time. After that, he strode forward and walked into the castle. That night, after Thales finished his meal, he went to Jakalta's study room as usual. But this time, after he greeted Glover and Ralph, who were standing guard outside the door, and asked them to close the door, Thales' expression changed. He turned around and looked at the figure standing behind the study table. It had appeared in the room at some point in time. "From the last letter until now, you've made me wait for too long," the prince said coldly. "Too long. Believe me, Thales. For existences like us, who live forever and sleep in the blink of an eye." Behind the study table, his most unconventional teacher, the air mystic, Asda Sakern, smiled faintly. He twirled his slender fingers and elegantly and calmly placed a blue invitation card on the table. There is no such thing as long waiting. Chapter 636. This is the best place you can find? Asda turned around slowly and paced back and forth as he sized up the entire study. "Of course, welcome to Star Lake Castle." Thales walked to the window and looked at the lake of stars under the moonlight. He spread his arms in a bold and imposing manner, looking like an overlord. "A fortress that belongs solely to me." Secretive, tranquil, remote, safe. Before Thales could finish speaking, a strange sound came from the ceiling. It was a creaking sound, a clanging sound, and a rumbling sound that traveled from one end to the other. Asda glanced at the ceiling expressionlessly. This made the Duke of Star Lake feel a little embarrassed. "It perfectly meets the requirements in your last letter. It's the best place for us to meet." Thales regained his composure and calmness. His voice rose above the strange sound of the ceiling. "Not only is it far from Renaissance Palace, it also comes with natural scenery." Before he could finish his words, he heard a loud crash above his head. Shah, a cloud of dust fell from the cracks in the ceiling and covered Thales' head and face, who was pretending to be confident. Asda, on the other hand, was still at ease. He stood with his hands behind his back, untainted by even a speck of dust. Before the dust and gravel could land on him, they were blocked by a transparent barrier. "All right, it's just a small fly in the ointment." Thales' calmness disappeared. Covered in dirt, he coughed and patted off the dust in a disheveled manner. But don't worry, we've already sent people to the nearby villages and towns to buy cat and rat poison. Plan B is to go to Eternal Star City and hire a professional rat catcher. Without tearing down the roof, the air mystic ignored him and turned to look at his surroundings. The furnishings in the study were old and faded. Occasionally, there were cobwebs and moths in the corners. A wooden window that was open to the outside was faintly moaning in the wind, as if it was about to fall. Thales patted the top of his head until it returned to its original color. He walked to the desk and sat down calmly. Everything is in order, everything is under control, crack. Before he could finish, the chair he was sitting on made a crisp sound. Thales became shorter and slanted to the side. The teenager had no choice but to grab onto the table in a flustered yet skillful manner to prevent himself from slipping. Damn it, the carpenters in the field just came to fix it the day before yesterday. The prince swore angrily. Asda squinted at him and said nothing. Okay, I know. Thales gave up on defending himself and sighed heavily. The Star Lake Castle has just started, and the conditions are limited, but don't worry. He reached out and grabbed the sky blue invitation on the table. He folded it back and forth in a practiced manner. Then, he bent down and stuffed it under the collapsed leg of the chair. Our momentum is good, and we have a lot of room for development. Thales twisted his buttocks to make sure that the chair was stable. Only then did he stand up and sit properly. However, he was shocked to find that the air mystic was already sitting in front of the study table. His gaze was dark and calm. I won't invite you to sit down, anyway, the Duke of Star Lake pouted sourly, feeling helpless and envious. You brought your own chair. But Asda did not respond to his joke. The mystic gently pointed at the window, and the mountain wind, which had been making rattling noises, immediately stopped. Asda's tone was gentle and his voice was pleasant. You're different. What? Asda's tone was cold, and the mysterious blue light in his eyes seemed to have some power. I mean, you're different. Thales sneered. Yes, I've grown up. The corners of Thales' lips curled up. He leaned back and crossed his arms. By the way, after returning to the country, you're probably the 20th person to say this to me. Unfortunately, only the top 19 get a prize. Asda did not move. Only his eyes looked straight into Thales' eyes. No. The air mystic's voice was mechanical and hollow. Child, you are far from being as relaxed as you appear on the surface. On the contrary, at this very moment, you are impetuous, confused, and uneasy. Troubled by a fog that I can't see clearly. Thales subconsciously stopped smiling. Impetuous, confused, and uneasy. His pocket, which contained the covenant ring, suddenly felt heavy. The place where you've become different is in the depths. The mystic was still staring at Thales. A strange blue light overflowed from his pupils and filled his entire eye sockets. Deeper. The deepest. At that moment, Thales subconsciously tensed up. He had the illusion that his soul was being peeped at. The sin of hell's river surged uneasily. God. What? Thales was stunned. When you hear this word, the mystic said coldly, what do you think of? Thales came to his senses. This was the training they did in Dragon Cloud City. But, answer me, now. Asda's attitude was uncharacteristically strict, almost like a command. God? Damn it. We haven't seen each other for a long time. We should at least exchange some pleasantries, but we're already taking a test in class. Seeing that the mystic was insistent, Thales could only sigh and answer the question. Indistinct, illusory, the teenager lazily muttered the words God. He racked his brain and said whatever came to his mind. Indistinct, distant, but as he spoke, Thales felt a little strange. It seems to be there, but it isn't. The future of Tathagata is real, but it can't be that the coming has already come, Thales frowned. Strange, I used to describe these things, but Asda did not allow him to think too much. The world. The air mystic spoke quickly, and his words were unprecedentedly heavy. He seemed to be urging Thales. The world, what will you think of first? Quickly. Thales' expression became solemn. Everything, accommodate, contain, fill. The words popped up from the bottom of Thales' heart, making him even more puzzled. Extend, remake, continue, all kinds of things, everywhere, damn it, why can't I say a complete sentence in such a short time? Why are all these disjointed words appearing in my mind? Thales wanted to continue, but Asda raised his finger gently. Stop. Thales asked in surprise, Mr. Sakern, what happened? I think, the mystic raised his head. His eyes shone like blue lightning. You're indeed different. Thales' heart sank. Asda stared at him solemnly. A few months ago, a mystic tried to knock on the door, the air mystic said in a deep voice. But it was different from the time you were in Dragon Cloud City. This time, it was very cautious. A few months ago, knocking on the door, Thales' heart tightened. Cautious? The mystic nodded. It was like standing in front of the door, touching the door with a finger, and withdrawing it before knocking even once. It was more like a test. The scene in the prison of bones appeared before his eyes. Thales gulped. Asda stared outside the window. His gaze was unfocused. It even made me think that it was an illusion for a while. But he immediately turned his head and looked at Thales, who was still feeling uneasy. At first, I didn't think it was you, because only a complete mystic can have that kind of control. But now, after I saw you again, Asda repeated his conclusion solemnly. You're different, aren't you? Thales could only sigh deeply, feeling as if he was exposed for doing something bad. Yes. Asda was expressionless. I warned you before, it's very dangerous to show mystic energy in front of others. Thales nodded helplessly. I ran into trouble. I had no choice, so I tried, but I found that I kept evolving and could not stop, reckless. Thales was a little unhappy, but he persisted. At first, I was close to knocking on the door, but thanks to, he stopped talking and thought of the mystic at the critical realm. I am your earliest senior. The worst role model. The worst future. Asda's words seemed to come from afar. Thanks to what? Thales returned to his sight, but what appeared in his mind was another mystic's reminder. Be careful of Asda. Thales gulped and forced a smile. It's all thanks to you, Mr. Sakern. A blue light flashed in Asda's eyes. Those questions of yours, gods, the world, they suddenly appeared, Thales said cautiously. With each question, I became a little more clear-headed, and in the end, I came back. The mystic was silent for a while. That's it? Nothing else? Maybe. Thales recalled the technique he used when facing the Black Prophet and tried not to lie. But, like a dream, everything is vague and hazy. After I wake up, I don't remember. Asda was silent for a long time. Matter, observation, chaos, purity, the mystic said faintly. Your progress is much faster than I expected. Matter, observation. Mind saying more? But Asda only raised his finger slightly. The air around him became fresh and cold. It went straight into his lungs, causing Thales to shiver and become much more clear-headed. What's going on? Get rid of all distracting thoughts. Asda said solemnly. Now, every time I say a word, you have to answer with another word, the one you think of first. Do not hesitate, answer with your instincts. Thales could only nod while shivering. Son? Asda asked. Shatter, Thales quickly answered. Wait, destruction? Thales came to his senses and frowned. How could it be this? If he was given a few more seconds, he would definitely answer something else, such as heat, endless, light, eternity, and so on. But, shatter? Starry sky? Touch? Time? Destruction? Fog? Call? End? Pause? Death? Oblivion? Sky? Imprisonment? Power? At that moment, Thales opened his mouth to speak, but his mind went blank. Power? What should power be connected to? Why didn't he think of it? He gritted his teeth and dug out a relevant term from his memory, power of eradication. Asda lowered his finger. The air around them became warm again. The last one doesn't count, the air mystic said faintly. You hesitated. Thales was silent. He did not need to ask to know that these answers were not quite right. What is this? Primordial question, this is the name Taurus gave it later. It was also the test he first designed. Asda did not hide anything and answered straightforwardly. People first discovered the abnormalities of mystics not through their abilities, but through their thoughts and knowledge. Hearing the familiar name, Thales rolled his eyes. Who is Taurus? A senior. Asda did not want to say more. Because of the mystic ability First Covenant, I cannot delve into your mystic ability. I can only use a series of the most primitive images to explore your understanding of external objects and identify the stage of your mystic ability advancement. It is like using a needle to prick the skin and bring out the blood. I obtain a diagnosis with the least amount of damage and cost. Primordial question. Thales probed. So what is your diagnosis? Am I still alive and well, eating and drinking well? Or am I in the late stages of my illness and am preparing for my funeral? The air mystic shook his head. I do not know. Obviously, you have already come into contact with mystic ability when you lost control. That is why your answer changed. This is proof that you have reached the thing stage. We usually call it contactee. But the problem is, in history, there has never been a case of someone coming into contact with mystic ability after knocking on the door. Asda thought silently. Just like a beginner without any foundation, only after completing a series of complicated and advanced calculations, he learned that 1 + 1 = 2. Contactee. Thales ruminated on this word. At the same time, he compared it with the knowledge he heard when he knocked on the door. To be precise, it was from the kind senior named Taurus, whose face he could not see clearly. Asda continued, but you are very lucky. But you're very lucky. You lost control and evolved at the thing stage, but you were able to return in time from the critical point of knocking on the door. In history, half of those who came into contact with the door intentionally or unintentionally became idiots, lunatics, or even monsters. Thales frowned. Idiots, lunatics, monsters? What about the other half? Asda shook his head. I do not know. They disappeared. Disappeared. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Then, under what circumstances do I need to worry? When one day, I answer every primitive question with F***CKU? Asda turned around and glanced at Thales. His glance was very strange, even unfamiliar. When I am completely unable to understand or even hear your answer, the mystic said faintly. Unable to understand or hear. Thales was puzzled. I don't understand. Asda nodded. That's it. Thales became even more puzzled. What? But in the next second, the mystic changed the topic. His tone was cold. And, that's right. If someone really dares to answer me with vulgarities, you should really be worried about my temper. Thales shrank his head. Then, I am already a so-called contactee. What should I do next? I do not know. Oh, you do not know, what? Thales widened his eyes. Asda shook his head. Based on the examples I know, from this step onwards, the contactee of mystic energy must learn to observe step by step while he meticulously prepares to lose control of mystic energy. He must resist the temptation and impulse of blindly evolving. Only then can he reach the level of observation and become an epiphany. Wait. There are too many unfamiliar terms. I need to find a notebook, but just as Thales reached for the pen, a breeze blew the pen and paper off the table. Thales raised his head gloomily and looked at the indifferent Asda. All right, I can't leave a record. As for the epiphany, they must carefully and restrain themselves from trying to evolve. During the evolution, they will see themselves clearly, search for a specific threshold, and enter the state of chaos. We call them fused. The fused will take the last dangerous step. They will reach out and knock on the door for the first time, break through the threshold, and completely integrate into their original state, which is the level of purity, the air mystic said softly. If they succeed, they can find and define their own name of origin, which is the mystic. At this point, Asda paused for a moment. But, Thales came to his senses and said in a daze, but I have already lost control, evolved, and even knocked on the door. So, what does this count as? Exactly. Asda nodded. So, normal standards cannot define your stage and level. They are not applicable. Then, what should we do? It doesn't matter, the mystic said faintly. Although mystics who do not take the normal path are rare, there are still a few. 1 or 2. When he heard that he could still be saved, Thales' spirits rose. Is that so? Can we refer to them? No. What? Why? What is the first pact of mystic energy? Learn from each other? Say it again. The air around them froze, making it difficult to breathe. And not delving into each other's affairs. Very well. The air flow returned to normal. So, if you don't know what to do next, then what use do I have for you? Say it again. I mean, respected Mr. Secern, may I know how you intend to explore the unknown and guide me step by step? Asda was silent. He looked at the moonlight outside the window. I don't know. But we can explore together. So, Thales, let me ask you again. Are you willing to let go of worldly restraints and come with me? The mystic said faintly. The path of mystic energy is extremely arduous and dangerous. We need to explore the unknown with more freedom and efficiency. F***CK. Here it goes again. Thales immediately became vigilant, preventing himself from flying out of the castle again, just like in Dragon Cloud City. But fortunately, Asda was no longer so violent when communicating with him. He no longer dragged him out to be a human kite at the slightest disagreement. But we talked about this 7 years ago, and you agreed, Thales said sternly. If mystics do not want to be hated by the world and be beaten by everyone, and do not want to be called a calamity, then we have to use another method, the crown in my left hand, and mystic energy in my right. Asda's words were concise, and he summarized his explanation in one sentence. I can somewhat understand your commendable but childish ideals. I also more or less understand your naivety in wanting to have the best of both worlds, or your reluctance to leave when you are in a high position, and your greed for power. Thales could not help but raise his eyebrows. But you think this way, child, because you still do not understand mystic energy. That is also because you have always been secretive and unwilling to reveal everything, Thales immediately retorted. Asda was silent for a while before he changed the topic. Then why don't you think about it from another angle? On this trip back, since you knocked on the door, did anyone find anything wrong with it, or even suspect your identity? If anyone found anything wrong with it, and suspected my identity, Thales shuddered. A few faces floated in his mind. Quick rope. The former prisoners of the Royal Guards, led by Barney Jr. and Zacriel. Thales looked into Asda's eyes, forced a smile, and told the truth. Yes. The air mystic stared at him quietly. In Thales' eyes, the occasional flash of blue light in the air mystic's eyes was filled with, "I knew it. Give me their names and information. I will help you wrap up." Wrap up. Thales' heart skipped a beat. The image of quick rope being made into a human meatball appeared in his mind. "Thank you, but I have already taken care of it." The prince pretended to be calm. "It is a pity, but also very unfortunate. Those who know my secret," Thales could not help but imagine Shadow Shield Stake's expression. A sinister smile appeared on his face. "They will never be able to tell anyone else." This time, Asda did not answer immediately. Instead, he stared at him for a very, very long time. It was so long that Thales felt goosebumps. Fortunately, the mystic finally spoke, but his tone changed. "Very well, you escaped this time. But what about next time?" Thales tensed up. Asda said coldly, "Why do you think I disappeared all these years, and only came to you in the 6th year? Lazy? Coward? Delay? Forget? Death threat awakening?" Thales buried these speculations deep in his heart and put on a humble and eager face. Asda's pleasant voice suddenly became tense. 7 years ago, an unfamiliar rookie mystic knocked on the door blindly in the middle of the night. Also 7 years ago, Giza appeared in Dragon Cloud City and fought against the great dragon who descended from the sky. Do you really think that no one will connect the dots? Thales frowned. Such as, the 2 empresses? They are just one of them. Asda's tone was worrisome. And in the past 7 years, they have visited Dragon Cloud City countless times. Thales held his breath. During these 7 years, I had to put in a lot of effort and use every method I could think of to make them look away from you. Fortunately, you are very special. Fortunately, all the mystics believe that the person who knocks on the door definitely has a name of origin, and a brat definitely doesn't have this ability. Thales' heart sank. Fortunately. The air mystic's attitude softened. That was not the only thing that happened in the world that night. Thales looked up. What do you mean? The mystic shook his head. Swampy land, the Sea of Eradication, the Great Desert, Sunset Forest, Rayarden, Chelan City. That night, many places were not peaceful. Dragon Cloud City and Giza were just 2 of the suspected targets. Thales was puzzled. What? Asda nodded. That's right. So sometimes I even suspect that you were not the only mystic who appeared that day. Not the only one, Thales was deep in thought. Asda snorted coldly. Of course, if there really is one, I hope he is not like you, stubborn and reckless. Thales could only show a polite smile. But you are now back in Eternal Star City. Asda spoke faster and faster, making people's hearts race. This is the center of politics that attracts the attention of the world, and you are the heir to the kingdom. Every move you make will attract attention. If you have another accident here, whether it is evolving or knocking on the door, if you attract unnecessary attention, unnecessary attention. Thales recalled the scene at the royal banquet and could not help but clench his fists. Asda warned, don't worry. For the sake of your safety, reconsider my suggestion. When that time comes, it will be too late for you to leave with me. Thales was silent for a long time. For the sake of my safety. Safety, but, Thales remembered the covenant he made with the king in Ballard Room and could not help but clench his teeth. Asda quietly waited for his response. After a few seconds, Thales took a deep breath and looked up at his guide. Thank you for the reminder. I admit that it may be safer and more convenient for a beginner to go with you. Thales paused. But I still have a question. Asda nodded. Very well, at least we have a pretty good consensus. Who is Froland? The air mystic's words came to a halt. Froland. Thales stared at him. But Asda did not react. He was expressionless and did not move. But Thales knew that a mystic's reaction could not be measured with common sense. Or I should change the question. Thales leaned against the desk and narrowed his eyes. You and the sensory mystic, or should I say the former Queen Fiosa, why and how did you work together? The silence lasted for a long time. The blue light in Asda's eyes flickered back and forth. Thales was unmoved. He gradually increased the stakes. And how did the former Three Disasters Alliance infiltrate Constellation's court and bewitch the former king? Asda still did not say a word. Until the next question. Just for a legendary anti-mystic equipment that could threaten the two empresses? At that moment, Asda's eyes shone with a dazzling blue light. Thales had to raise his hand to block it. A few seconds later, the blue light dimmed. You. Like a statue, Asda regained his vitality. Where did you hear that name? Damn it. Thales put down his arm and exhaled. Don't forget, I'm not just your student. I'm also a Jade Star. I have the crown in my left hand and mystic energy in my right. The prince shrugged and spread his arms. I'm in such a high position, but it's not just because I'm reluctant to leave and greedy for power. Thales' smile froze. Mr. Sakern? The blue light in Asda's eyes flowed rapidly. It's been a while. You've learned a lot of new things. Thales curled his lips. Not as much as you've hidden from me, Mr. Sakern. The atmosphere in Jackal's study room suddenly became tense. The Duke of Star Lake and the mystic looked at each other in silence. But Thales was not afraid. In Ballard Room, after experiencing the difficult game with the Iron Hand King, Thales felt that he had grown. At least, he was getting better at seizing the initiative and leading the situation. Even when facing a mystic. This was the true meaning of having the crown in his left hand and mystic energy in his right hand. The sin of Hell's river surged and flowed through his body in agreement. But the teenager's gratification only lasted for 3 seconds. No. Asda snorted coldly. If you really learned of this name from someone in a high position, Thales, why do you need to ask me? It's precisely because you know nothing that you're here to sound me out and try to learn more. Thales' expression froze. The air mystic curled his lips and mocked. From this, it can be seen that you can't touch the crown with your left hand, and you can't use mystic energy with your right hand, you can't do anything with either hand. He said bluntly. A prince who has lost his power without mystic energy. In the old and dilapidated study room, Thales sat on a broken chair with a corner missing. He was silent. Actually, he did not have to be so harsh. A few seconds later, Thales sighed. All right, you're right. But the teenager's expression changed. But at least, you should know why I'm not willing to go with you, right? The mystic fell silent again. You're rebelling. I'm not telling you precisely because you're not willing to go with me. Asda opened his mouth again. There was a hint of difficulty in his words. If I can teach you all these things from the past. Thales smiled. He shook his head and leaned back, the wobbling chair let out a painful groan. So, you won't tell me the answer, will you? No. Can I ask why? No. But, no. At least, no. Asda rejected Thales' questions one after another. He raised his head and did not waver. No matter what the reason is, if you're not willing to give up your worldly ties, I won't tell you more about mystics. Thales immediately felt bored. But at least, he achieved his goal. Furlan's news had diverted his attention. The mystic no longer insisted on taking him with him. But you know, child, you always have that choice. The mystic leaned forward. His words were bewitching. "I'll always be here, with an open embrace. Forever." As he listened to this familiar tone, Thales snickered. He suddenly thought of Quick Rope and Asda. Could they be a pair of golden salesmen? The former would deliver a carrot with flowery words, while the latter would wield a stick with a ferocious expression? Alright, then let's each take a step back. Thales proposed a solution and set the tone for this conversation that was heading towards an unpleasant one. "I won't ask you who Frühland is, and don't force me to go with you." Asda did not speak. But based on Thales' understanding of him, a certain someone was obviously not very satisfied. Thales snorted and stood up. "By the way, speaking of this, I still have something to ask you." Thales walked straight to the window before turning around to look at the mystic. Asda snorted softly. Under the moonlight, the prince smiled faintly and raised his hand gently. Thud. The chair behind the desk suddenly trembled, and a corner bent. But Asda did not pay attention to the chair. At some point in time, he had already stood up. The mystic's glowing blue eyes were fixed on Thales' hand. Between the teenager's fingers was a folded sky-blue cardboard ball. Thales smiled and waved his hand at the mystic. In the next second, the blue light in Asda's eyes suddenly intensified. Thales only felt a light breeze. He could not hold the paper ball anymore, and it flew out of his hand. The sky-blue piece of paper flew over as if it had a life of its own and stopped in front of Asda. It unfolded in the air, flattened out, and resumed the appearance of an invitation card, revealing the beautiful writing on it. "Turn around, this is." Asda's eyes were obscured by the blue light. It was as if he could see through the invitation card in front of him and look at the air. No change, no trajectory, no momentum, not even. His words were emotionless, but they were filled with a strange echo. Thales revealed a mysterious smile. He bowed and spread his arms, as if he was thanking someone after a performance. The crumpled invitation card floated to the ground. The mystic turned his head and stared at Thales' right hand. Again. There was an unusual fluctuation in Asda's words. "Whatever it is, do it again. Now." The blue light in his eyes no longer flowed, and it was always bright. Of course, I will." In the face of Asda's rare eagerness, the teenager was a little overwhelmed. But before that, the Duke of Star Lake crossed his arms and smiled coldly. "Who is Frühland? Thank you for your support. I have been working hard on my writing." End of this chapter. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.